attachment thing set up. All right, well, we are finally back with our Daggerheart Adventures of Vaeryndel. Tonight we will be down a player. Ryden needs to take some personal R&R, so the rest of the group will be continuing forward. Let me just adjust a few things here that I've noted. Apologize. I make the players a little bit bigger so we can see them. Okay. Before we start, I will just be going into the summary of what transpired about 3 weeks ago. So, let me not do that. I don't need you guys to see my notes. That'd be bad. So, before I start, everyone is here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
All right, so the last echoes of our group's footsteps through the narrow catacombs still seem to kind of cling to each of you, when you're in your slumbering states. You guys had passed through suffocating corridors, ancient, forgotten arteries beneath Valmere, where the air was thick with dust and time. There you uncovered fragments of a world long buried. I'm also going to lower the music here. Okay. Buried. Whispers of survivors from the northern continent and their lives etched into ruin and silence. Not history as it's told, but as it was endured. And deeper still, you found her, a sister of the sisterhood, still broken, preserved by the cold indifference of stone. Upon her, a crystal, faintly aglow, waiting. And when you touched it, her voice returned, not as a ghost, but as a final defiance against oblivion. Her words painted a grim truth. This place is no mere ruin. It is a lock. And at its heart lies the Eye of Aragonus, the very artifact sought by her order, an amplifier, a key, a mechanism not just of power, but of escape, a hinge upon which fate itself seems to turn. She spoke of guardians, creatures not born, but designed to ensure none pass. So you guys kind of saw those a bit in the catacombs in the ruined city. You kind of saw one of them when it was unearthed by your group, a little spinny box-looking thing with faces on the outside. She did warn that the corridors were listening, kind of hinting that there was still machinations of the ancient civilization still roaming as guardians of these ancient hallways. She did say that the shadows do remember, and that most troubling of all, that those who came from the north, the so-called refugees, were never truly gone. And you guys kind of saw that too when you touched some of the memory stones and memory runes. You got glimpses of the past. You got to see what happened to these refugees from the north. You got to see glimpses of their escape from some cataclysmic event that transpired. And it was almost like you were there, but you weren't there in these visages that were created. You do get a sense from your time in those ruins that their influence still lingered. Their designs still endured. And perhaps still their hand is at work. Her time was ending. This courier that you guys found dead within the ruins. They were hunting her. The little machinations that you guys also encountered. And with her final strength, Lysenna Argentis, that was her name, had placed the burden now upon you all, because you now all are in possession of this device. But you guys pressed onward. And through the ruin and silence, your search revealed a path leading northward, away from the buried remnants of the town and into something more primal. A cave hidden behind the roaring veil of a waterfall, where stone gave way to something older, something untouched. There, at last, you found it. A final chamber, a threshold, a door leading to the outside world. And that is actually where you guys are now. Morning has not yet fully claimed the sky beyond, but its light does seep through the cracks and the edges of stone that form the door to the outside world. You do hear the distant rush of the waterfall still kind of filling the chamber and its ambience from back towards that town. It's kind of like a distant lingering thing there now. You'd made camp in this chamber where the sister's supplies had been. Obviously she thought she could have backtracked and made camp while she investigated oopsie on her part. That was not the case. Um, so technically behind you, all the secrets, all the shadows, all the sealed past remains. And then ahead of you is a door that leads to the open sky and probably unanswered questions. You have grown since you entered the depths. Each of you changed a bit, sharpened, stronger. You all leveled up. You went from level 2 to level 3. Still in tier 2 within Daggerheart's system, but you're a little bit stronger from your trials. And whatever awaits for you now, well, the world will open up before you and we'll find out where your paths take you. And that's where you guys are. You're all waking up from your encampment, your long rest, and I'll give it back to you guys and see what you want to go from there.
Did you, is Ryden just gonna be considered walking along with us?
Oh, okay. As far as Raiden, I will let you guys engage his character for a little bit. I will be NPCing him, but I do have something planned for him, so that way in the next session it'll be easier for him to kind of fold back into the group.
Geller's going to get his equipment together and put his coat on, adjust his glasses, get ready to get on out of here.
Rose would do the same.
Carve is going to take a few minutes. She's going to put her jacket back on, but she's also going to take a moment to check on her pet because everything they went through, it had affected her as well. So she takes a few minutes to calm the pet her, talk to her a little bit.
Ramina is also gathering her equipment together, kind of looking around at all the others in the group, now suspicious a little bit of everybody. So she kind of keeps to herself and kind of near Geller, just waiting to see what the next steps are.
And Thistle's eating some breakfast.
You all actually, as you're kind of all rising and getting your stuff together, you do notice Raiden's already at the exit of the place. He's already kind of thrown his sword over his waist, kind of sheathed it and everything, and he looks back to you all and he simply replies to all of you, I'm going to go on ahead. There's some things that I need to look into. I can't do it with the rest of you. Hope you understand. There's a few things that I need to make sure are handled before I continue my adventure with you all.
Very well. You'll catch up with us then.
I will. I apologize that this is last minute.
Stay safe.
Careful, Prince Charming.
He would just kind of give a nod and just take his leave at this point. Not really looking behind. Very focused. Most likely due to his Kingsguard training. You know, he's got that laser discipline to him. And he just takes his leave.
I was gonna start heading out himself after a little moment.
Ramia will follow him and get kind of close and ask, so do you think they'll be waiting for us when we leave?
I doubt it. These passageways are ancient. They may not even know this exit exists.
I guess let's hope so.
I'll make my way to the front. And where exactly are we heading?
Depends on where we are. I look outside.
When
Time to invent a new game. Dwarf darts.
I can tell you, when you do step out of the mouth of the cave, the world does open up quite a bit. I mean, you guys have been stuck underground, so yeah, the sky is very open, and I guess in a Dragon Age kind of reference, it feels like you're going to fall upward. Especially probably for a dwarf. Going from underground to open air is kind of jarring a little bit, but you do see a path that does stretch about northwest of your current direction. Time probably is an indicator on this path. Not a lot of people have traveled it. There's grass that's kind of grown in the middle of it. Weeds kind of have sprung forth. Even some of the trees along the edge of it have started to have their roots start to slowly take over this old pathway. The sky's blue. There's a few white clouds amongst it. And then to the left of the path, if you were to position yourself directly northwest, you would see like large hills that almost should be classified as small mountains, but they're still not big enough to be classified as mountains. They're very rounded at the top. They still got a lot of grass and foliage that have grown on it, some trees too, but you do see, like, you guys are on the opposite side of the very hill formations that bear north of Valmere. Yeah, you are literally on just a very lonely path between two different types of formations.
Remia is looking around to see if she can see Valmere from where they exited the cave.
You cannot. Not even the tallest towers can be seen from where you guys are.
I was gonna have Thistle, after she finishes her breakfast and would join the others, she's going to cast her natural familiar. She's gonna spend 2 hope so that it will be a familiar that can fly. It's gonna be kind of like a hawk, with red feathers, and she's gonna look to the hawk and she's gonna say, "All right, buddy, I need you to fly up there and tell me about where we are." And she's going to send her hawk up in the sky to try to scout around where they're at.
Okay, and just read that ability for me real quick.
Yeah. Natural familiar. Let me pull it back up. Spend hope to summon a small nature spirit or forest critter to your side until your next rest. If you spend an additional hope, you can summon a familiar that flies. You can communicate with them. If you make a spell cast roll to command, you can make a spell cast roll to command them to perform simple tasks. And mark a stress if you want to see through their eyes.
And you're having it do a simple task, right? So
yeah, it's just gonna fly up and scout.
do you have, what kind of, is it a DC that it gives you?
Nope, it's a +5 spell cast roll. I'll roll that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, 16 with hope. Nice. Okay, so yeah, it flies up, and I mean, it's high enough that it can see the distant towers of Valmere. Probably a little bit in a haze in the early morning because, it's morning time and the sun's just rising, and, physics aside, that's usually what you would see, is a little bit of haze, low low condensation kind of rising from the ground. And to the north, she would see like the swamps and stuff. And it just tries to communicate that to you as best as it can. Obviously, details are missing because it's a bird. So it's doing its best to try to depict these things for you.
Yeah, and I'm gonna mark a stress so I can see through its eyes so she can see for herself.
Okay. So yes, you do see in the very far distance, you do see Valmere. And then to the north, you do see a stretch of forest that does end up thinning out, and you can faintly make out what looks like bodies of water. And then you realize that's home. You see in the distance. And then even further northwest, you do see a little bit of smoke coming, rising up within the heart of the forest, which might indicate like some form of civilization.
Okay. All right. So she's got that information, and she'll call her bird back to her, so it'll be next to her again, and she'll just let the group know, just kind of communicate. And Valmere's over that way, over those mounds, and then there's some sort of village or town around this yonder. If I'd be guessing, I've probably been there before, because this ain't too far from home.
All right, I will start navigating the path. That's a critical.
You're just kind of keeping your eyes open for any trouble.
No, just actual navigation, trying to figure out how we can get up this hill properly and out to our actual destination.
Okay, so are you following the path, or are you trying to get up the hills?
I'm going to follow the path.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty straightforward to navigate. The growth on the path isn't like impeding your movement. It's just nature slowly starting to take over what was once man-made. It is a bit of distance that Thistle saw, but you are on your way of charting your path towards the village. Right now it's just you, but if anyone follows, they follow.
Yeah, this'll follow, because I imagine she'd be behind, and she'd just be speaking to Varellis, like, not that way, this way. I'm telling you, you follow the direction I'm telling you, and you get there faster.
So I have a little backseat driver, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, you have this little, very small halfling behind you, just kind of like, if you look like, she looks like you're kind of going off the side, she's gonna nick at your ankles.
And which way did you want to go? Did you want to go to Valmere or Celestra?
When you
Are we
say
heading
that,
towards Brindlebrook?
is that in character or out of character question?
That was an out of character question.
I think we are. I think that's the direction.
So we are out of character heading to Brindlebrook because I have no idea where we're going. Or out of character.
If you look,
Right now, we don't seem to have any direction in character either. We seem to be just going on what we encounter at this juncture.
All right, I'll use my crit to navigate to Brindlebrook for everyone.
Well, you're not sure you're going to Brindlebrook, but yes, you are navigating in a general direction, yes.
yeah, if you look at the map on the stream, and you look at the bottom, toward the bottom of the continent, you can see most likely where we are. It looks like it's like a little cave opening, and north of that is Brindlebrook, and then Valmere is to the west. That's where I'm working off of, like, out of character logic.
Yeah, with it. I just saw the cave. So yeah, we'll just head up towards Not really going back to where the weirdo that tried to imprison us. We'll go more towards the peaceful village.
Am I able to recognize this area at all?
I guess I have a add a character question for your in-character story. Have you ever been on this side of the continent?
Brindlebrook was where I did my crime, so I figure I may know the area.
Yeah. Why don't you? I'll just have you do a quick little roll for me, since just do a recall roll, because I don't know how long ago was the crime.
I'd say at this point, probably a few years ago.
All right. So say, since it's on his forethought and has been for the last couple sessions, we'll say DC's an 8. Be very high.
Nope.
Oh my god. Okay.
Brings up a question. Would it be possible for others to roll because they might know where this is leading or have an idea of it?
Yeah, as long as you can explain in your backstory why you would be rolling.
Yeah,
RP reason.
I think Thistle probably, she lives the closest to this area. So I think it would make sense she would come and be familiar with this other little halfling village right on the edge of her swamp.
You can go ahead and roll 2 then.
OOC question for Thistle. Would, in the time that Erave spent with Thistle, would she have been privy to this as well?
I mean, I'd imagine. I mean, the way I look at this is, I'd say in the proximity of the Whispermire, where Thistle's kind of little home is. I'd say the areas around it, the little villages and towns, she's gonna be rather familiar with. I think once the further you get away from it, the less she's gonna be familiar. That's why I'm like, I think she would have a pretty good idea, especially now that she's had that bird and kind of seen above where everything is. So she has like a mental picture. It kind of helps determine if she knows what it is or not. So yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so I'll roll as well.
Do you think Varelis or Bremia, you guys would have been over on this side?
I think Remy would have definitely been to Brindlebrook, but she would have been coming from the northwest of the town, and she probably has never been south of Brindlebrook.
Okay, that's fair. I like that.
This is new to me. I haven't eaten in these places.
Kind of makes sense though, because Brindlebrook is a halfling town, so
Yep.
Be a little awkward for you going in those houses.
Fortunately,
So-
there were supplies in that cave before we left.
And just one more question. So, based on our roles, that me and Tony would know, our characters would know, or have an idea.
How long was Arve with you, I guess, because she has right on that border, and that will make a big difference on whether she succeeds or not.
I don't remember how long we determined, Tony.
Didn't we say about 10 years?
It's been a while. Yeah, they've been together for a while.
Okay, I will say you immediately know Thistle, and it takes Arve a few moments. But she does eventually understand where you are.
Okay. And I'm just gonna that's fine. I just want to confirm that. And then as they're walking, and I'm just gonna say she didn't immediately realize it, but as they're walking, she's like, I think we're heading right to Brindlebrook. They got some mighty fine pies there. Can't wait to try some of them out. It's been some time since I made a visit. You remember Arve?
I think so. It's coming back to me. Haven't been this way. We came here for supplies once, I think.
Yes, supplies. and pies.
And pies.
For future reference, based on the dates, that was 20 years ago, so not knowing is accurate.
Yeah, every tree probably would look very similar to you right now. Gellert, like, yeah, it's a tree. It's a hill.
Yeah, I know this hill.
It's a dirt path.
Well, now you know, because got Thistle and Arve saying, hey, we're heading to Brandon.
Panics. I haven't been there in some time. I'm sure it's quite different.
Brimia perks up when she hears that we're heading to Brindlebrook because she's been there a few times, especially when she was younger. They used to go as a family to visit other family in Brindlebrook, so she's pretty excited. She hasn't been there in a while. It's probably been about 4 or 5 years, but she's excited about this now.
Even Kai is starting to perk up a little bit. Like she knows where we're going, and she's more content and more at ease while she plods along next to Aravi.
So I guess we follow Thistle and Varelis's navigation.
Sounds like a plan. Brimia would be fighting like two feelings. Now, so she's excited of where she's going. She feels much happier now that they're outside of the cave and surrounded by forest, and it's familiar, even though she doesn't know where they are. It's just forests are familiar to her. But she also feels on edge a bit because of everything that's happened in the past week or so. So she's kind of torn between like looking around and expecting something to jump out from behind like a tree and attack them, and worrying about the people in the party, and also feeling like she can relax because they're going to a halfling village.
Many emotions.
She's full of emotion.
That is a good segue because I'm going to actually have you all roll in perception roll for me. So you're going to do a perceived roll, which is instinct, and I'm going to let Varelis roll at advantage since he did get the crit initially, so he'll get an advantage roll. Ooh, Bremia. So excited and so focused, like, ooh.
I'm gonna spend a hope to add my battle strategy soldier experience if I can.
Absolutely.
We're also giving you all this fear.
Oh, I'm capped. Don't worry about it. Awesome. Well, I will say Bremia, Arve, Thistle, and Geller. I will say that maybe Varelis is really more focused on looking forward, not necessarily looking out. You guys kind of almost instinctively feel like you need to stop. As a figure kind of draped in like a heavy cloak. He's got a hood over his face, and you only can tell it's a male because of the shape of his form. He steps out on the path and he goes, you're not the sister we're looking for.
Immediately on guard.
Yeah, Arve stops and puts her hand on Kai because Kai is sort of in a defensive stance, and she's her the fur on the back of her neck is standing, and she's doing like a growl of sorts because there's a stranger.
Thistle's looking at this man who just said, you're not the sister, and she's just looking around. She's like, you lost your sister? I mean, I'm sure she's somewhere around these woods. You can get lost a bit. But now we're just traveling.
Everyone just a chance to describe what they're doing.
I'm just preparing for a fight if we end up in one.
Brimia's trying to do the same, trying to ready her weapon without seeming like she's readying her weapon.
Burles continues forward.
Harvey's
Yeah.
holding
Shoulder
Kai
checks him.
back.
Yeah, I think Thistle's kind of staying with Varela. She isn't really jumping to combat right now. She's just kind of like, I don't know what you're looking for, buddy. We're just traveling through.
As you and Varellis kind of step forward, 6 more individuals come out of the woods to kind of block your path and go, "You're not going anywhere yet. We have some questions."
It's not very lawful of you to stop strangers on the road and interrogate them without cause.
I mean, there is enough cause. You're on a path that, well, he points to the path. It's not well traveled, and the only person that we know traveled this way is a sister. And her well-being is our utmost import.
What ranges are they between, like Thistle and Varellis?
They're right now probably at long range.
Okay, just good to know.
So is Varela's just continuing to walk towards them?
Oh, it's
Yeah, I'll continue. I won't even really break stride. Be like, if you want to discuss anything with us, we will do it on the move.
The guy says, "Unfortunately, we can't do that," and they remove their weapons.
Game on.
Pretty much.
Borellis takes his war scythe off his shoulder. Let's have fun.
Right,
Do
so
we need to move our tokens over again? Because I can't move mine.
just put them in
Yeah,
that
real
area
people.
that I placed them in, though.
Okay.
Here, line up the real ones off to the left so you can remove the
You're
others.
on the map, Blair. The ground is moving.
I know. Oops.
He's Thistle's just gonna stick next to Varellis. As much as he might be like, "You don't belong here," she's like, "I'm ready."
You belong there if you move.
and her hawk's on her shoulder, prepared as well.
To move that guy.
Too.
Well, thankfully, you guys had a few people that identified them early enough, and that's why they stepped out on the path to begin with. So you actually have the spotlight on you guys first. You don't really know why they're looking for the sister. They're just not letting you pass. So
are all these people that are behind things on the path?
yes, yeah, they just support their buddy.
So they wouldn't be behind cover.
Anyone that's on the road isn't up behind cover. Anyone that is behind something, they're in like cover. For example, the guy that's closest to the road, the 2 guys, they're behind stumps and stuff, fallen logs, so they're behind 1/3 cover. So they do get a little bit of a bonus there.
Is there just one person on the road then?
Yep, just one person was talking to you, and the other ones are kind of like just showing themselves right there.
Okay.
Themselves known. We're not going to let you pass. I'll move him over just a little so he's more centered.
Got some battle music in here.
Let's put some battle music on.
I'm going to move up to him, start unstoppable. And I have my unstoppable die of 1 currently.
To explain to me what unstoppable does.
Once per long rest, you can become unstoppable. You gain an unstoppable die, level 1. It is a D4. Place it on your character sheet in the space provided. Start it with the 1 facing up. After you make a damage roll that deals 1 or more hit points, you increase the damage die each time you do it until it reaches 4. And then it goes away. And gonna give him one more opportunity. Move or be taken down.
And are you attacking?
Yes. If he doesn't move. If he moves or acquiesces whatsoever, I don't.
You know what? I'm gonna not have him move. He's a little cocky. He doesn't think you're gonna be attacking him. Not right away. You can go ahead and attack if you'd like.
Shall try. Nope, I got the code on that. Stand by. I'll be right back, actually.
Morales is intimidating the guy on the road in front of him. Romeo would pipe up from way back and say, "Hey, you don't own this road."
20 definitely will hit.
Geller turns to Bremy and just nods. Reassuringly.
And I'm going to go ahead and use one of my other abilities to make one of the damage die max. I don't know how to quite do it, so I will just drop the lowest one.
What's the ability say it does?
It is once per rest. Let's see, hold on. When I deal damage, I can mark a stress and use the maximum result of 1 of your damage die instead of rolling it.
Oh, okay. So one's 3, and then the other damage die would be what?
8.
So 11 damage?
11 plus 19, or plus 9.
20. Okay. Nice. That's good damage.
Yeah, it's decent damage. And I'll slice across him. If it doesn't slice him in half, I will continue to try to maintain distance with it.
Yeah, he kind of reactionarily like backsteps, but when you cut deep into his chest, and he like instinctively almost grabs at the wound, and he's lucky he stepped back, let's just put it that way, but he is seriously injured from that one attack.
I said move or I move you. And
Good
I
job.
will hand that off to Ereve.
Well, she's still standing there. She's watching this guy grab his chest. It's like, it's up, it's in your court now. She's still holding Kai back. And in her hand is her bow.
And not
Get it to
attacking?
attack.
No, he's injured pretty bad. So she's just waiting to see if he'll give in. And she's like I said, she's holding Kai back. But Kai really wants to attack.
Go ahead and you can roll for me. Have you rolled? Go ahead and roll presence for me. To pull up my GM screen. Let me see his stats. He just spits on the ground in front of Varelis and says, We're not backing down. This is a job. Never give up our jobs. And I guess it will be his turn now with that fear roll. He's desperate. He's in front of Varellus, so he will be making an attack against Varellus on this round. Nine probably misses you there, Varellus.
It's 9 exactly on evasion.
Ah, okay. I'm assuming that's minor damage.
Very minor. Oh, you know what? I don't know if the last one put in the attack for my damage die. I wonder why. Because I get a extra every time I do damage. I do extra.
Yeah.
Add another hit point. Yeah. So now it should be 2.
And when he attacks with this blade, you quickly glimpse at it and you notice there's like a thin mucus-like substance on it as he cuts into you. You are technically considered vulnerable until it's my next turn, I guess, or your next turn, rather. Basically what that means is anything targeting you will get advantage on their attack rolls.
That tracks.
And it is your guys' spotlight this turn.
I'm gonna actually have Thistle do something, because I want to try this out. She is going to put both of her hands to the ground, and she is going to cast Towering Stalk. And what that is once per rest, you can conjure a thick, twisting stalk within close range that can easily be climbed. Its height can go up to far range. You can mark a stress to use the spell as an attack, and make a spell cast roll against an adversary or group of adversaries within close range. The erupting stalk will lift targets you succeed against into the air and drop them, dealing D8 physical damage to your proficiency. So I am going to cast that, and I'm going to cast that within close range. I'm going to cast it. It's going to erupt about let's see, about here. Do you see where I'm putting that?
Okay,
Right
and
behind you.
does it attack?
Yeah, I've
range
got
of
to
it?
roll for that.
What's
I
the
can
range
throw
of it?
It's within close range. So anything within close, but I have to roll the attack too. But those two are in close range. I think the guy in front is in close range with Varellus. I'm not sure if anybody else is. I think those 3 are.
Yeah, they're all in very close range. And Varellus is in
Okay.
close, so he would get hit too.
It's adversaries, though.
Oh,
It doesn't say. Yep, it says adversaries.
So it specifically says adversaries?
Yes, an adversary or group of adversaries within close range.
Okay.
Okay, I have to mark a stress for that, so I'll mark a stress. That turns it into an attack, and now I have to do my attack roll, which is a +5. Ten with hope.
So the guy in front of Varellus, let me just check. He gets hit. No, he will avoid it. So the guy up here, I don't know if I can ping it for you. See that ping?
I see it.
He also avoids it.
Okay.
Let me check the other guys, see what their evasion is. Okay. And these guys also avoid it because they have a slightly higher evasion than your roll.
Okay, that's fine. I was just trying to see. This guy gets hit. This guy's in close range.
Yeah, they all have the same evasion.
Okay, so all of them misses. But now there's a towering beanstalk behind them, basically.
Yep.
And she just looks around after she does that. It's like, well, that's a mighty big beanstalk.
There we go. Put
Wonder
that
what
there.
it can do.
Circles the beanstalk. And you rolled hope, though, so it's still your guys' turn. Threw the enemy off, so.
Anybody can go. I'm not going to pick them.
Go ahead, Birdman.
All right. Vermia pulls her staff up and she's going to attack with her weapon. I have 1 token in Know the Tide, so I'm going to add +1 because she's very focused.
That will hit. So go ahead and roll damage. Which target are you aiming at?
I'm aiming at the one in front of Vaeryndel, but I might. Okay, I might use manipulate magic, but I have to roll first. So that's 11 damage, and I want to hit an additional target within range. The range is far, so
You can hit anything. Yeah.
I can. Oh no, I can hit within me. Far range of me are just the 2 guys
Okay.
north of. Yeah, so I'm gonna go for the guy behind the tree and hit him as well, and I'll mark a stress for that.
Guy in front of Vaeryndel. Go ahead and you can depict how he kind of like succumbs to wounds. The guy behind the logs, he's still up though.
So the guy behind Vaeryndel was looking pretty bad before I attacked him. So she'll take the magic and just use it to kind of wrap him up and lift him off the ground just slightly and then slam him to the ground.
Actually, the guy behind the logs is also down too.
Oh, he is?
Yep, he's a minion. Only got 1 HP.
Okay, so after the guy falls to the ground, purple magic just kind of snakes up and arcs over the log and like strangles that guy.
Nice. Okay. Do this real quick. I'll just have them kind of like fade here.
You can put a X on their token with the symbols.
Not giving me the symbol option, but I think it's because I put them in the wrong layer. So.
Oh yeah, they're not in the token layer.
All right, I will. We'll just delete them for now. Awesome. And did you roll hope?
I did.
I will spend a fear to take the turn. Go ahead. Just to make sure I mark my fear here. Sorry about that. Okay. Then an additional fear because 2 of these enemies are now going to advance forward. They can move. Well, they can get to Vaeryndel. Can't get to anyone else, so he's going to advance forward onto Vaeryndel' position. And this guy, he is going to advance as well. He's going to move up to Vaeryndel as well. Both make attacks against Vaeryndel here. That real quick. Apologize, I have to open up 2 character sheets. And then they get advantage because Vaeryndel is technically poisoned at the moment.
That'll hit.
This one might still miss. We'll see what happens.
That'll hit.
All right. So the one that I last rolled, this is its stand.
All right, I'm going to use armor on that.
Hold on, I'm gonna spend 3 hope to make him reroll the damage.
Okay, that last one. Okay.
Good reroll.
$16.
Oh no, it's worse.
Second one. This one's, I have to manually roll. That's hilarious.
Aslan over here, like, oh, I'll help you out. Oh, I made it worse.
I was like, there's no way you can roll higher than that.
Okay, and that's a 9 for that one.
Oh, I'm on unstoppable, so I reduce the severity by 1. So that's even better. I marked armor and I took a hit point, so I'm going to take my hit point back. Yeah, one of them is 0 damage.
Okay, gotcha. But every time that reduces, you lose a counter on that, I'm assuming? How does that
It just
work?
says unstoppable. It's only when I do damage.
Only when you do damage?
Yeah, when after you make a damage roll that deals 1, you move it up 1.
Well, how's the armor stuff work?
That's completely different. There's a while unstoppable, you gain the feature benefit of you reduce severity of physical damage by 1. So actually shouldn't have taken the previous one. I can't be vulnerable, actually.
Well,
The class feature unstoppable.
one of those situations where if you didn't say it, keep in mind, I guess, going forward.
Indeed. So total, I took 1 damage and marked 2 armor, or 1 armor.
Okay, and that lasts the whole encounter?
Until I run out of the die or the scene ends.
The what? What was that last thing?
The scene. If a scene ends, that's
I
when it
gotcha.
stops.
I gotcha. Okay. It is your guys' turn now.
Nobody minds. Hervé is going to prepare something.
Go ahead.
So you?
Okay, you're going to see her hand, her free hand is waving in circles for a moment while seeing them attack Varellis. And all of a sudden, she's going to push it forward with her palm towards the enemies. And she's going to use fireflies, and she's going to have a swarm of fireflies fly at the enemies. It's like make a spellcast roll against all adversaries within close range and spend a hope to deal 2d8 plus 3 magic damage to targets you succeed against.
Okay. So it's all enemies in close range?
Yes, so both of those.
Okay, go for it then. That will miss.
Well, nuts. Okay. She tried.
The
She
enemy's
pulled her
turn.
hand back and well, anyways, I'll let you go.
Oh, it's okay. So it is the enemy's turn. You just did that beautiful little firefly display there. Their adversaries are now going to this turn to move forward. So you're not getting attacked this round. I just got to figure out. I will spend the additional fear just to move another one forward. It's your guys' turn.
Remia looks over at Geller and said, "Your turn. Do something."
All right.
I want to make a note for you, Tony. Make sure you don't take away your hope, because you only take away that hope if you succeed the spellcast roll.
Thank you for double checking. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I want to make sure.
Did I just see
Vanished.
Geller run away?
I vanished. Where did I go?
You did. You just disappeared off the screen.
He ran away. You told him to do something.
Out.
He's like, watch this.
Into the darkness.
No, but I'm going to extend my staff as a ball of fire forms at the end of it. And I unleash a ball of fire towards the two in the back.
Ones that are advancing forward.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. I mean, this has half damage, right? If it misses. Assuming.
It says the target and all creatures within very close range of them must make a reaction roll. DC 13. Targets who fail take 2d20 plus 5 magic damage using your proficiency. Targets who succeed take half damage.
Ooh.
It's a 15 on spellcast.
That hits both of them. They're both dead, by the way. So you could describe like what happens to them.
Very well. All right. Just to give it a little extra flavor, instead of directly hitting them with the fireball, I chuck it in sort of like an arc at the beanstalk, and I sort of blow a hole in the side of it, and the beanstalk, while on fire, falls on top of them.
Okay, that's great.
And
Remia yells, "Show off!"
Thistle looks at in horror as her creation starts to fall apart.
I smirk and sort of shake off some residual flames from my staff.
It's your hope, so it is your guys' turn still.
With that hope, I'm going to go ahead and cleave these two in half.
All right, go for it.
Assuming that will hit.
Yeah, that hits both of them. Just
I'm gonna
hits one of them.
I'm gonna use my whirlwind to affect more. Half damage for whatever this is. I added +2 because of the unstoppable.
Total of 26 damage?
It's total 26 for both of them. Or well, yeah, one takes half of that damage, but I'm assuming he has 1 hit point.
Yeah, the little minion dies right away. The guy's still standing, but he's hurt.
A minion is.
This guy's not a minion that's still up. The minion's dead.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, oh, that guy's a minion. Well, I would have swapped. I'd hit the bigger guy, but still, he takes half of 26.
Yep. He has 4 hit points, so the max he can take is 3.
And we're at a 3 on my dice. I don't know where to put the die. Like, it's not tracking it on my sheet for some reason, so I'm just keeping it in my head.
Trust you.
And I will pass that on to Thistle.
Me, because I'm using fear.
The guy in the back's just like, what did I get myself into?
Well, the fear I'm using, the guy in the back, he takes a curved horn and he blows into it. And that's his action.
Oh, he's calling reinforcement.
Yeah. Now it's your guys' turn.
Okay, Thistle is going to look at her stuff really quick. Oh, she is going to go up to the guy by Varelish. She's going to run at him and use her staff to smack him.
For it.
She's like charging at him, so this is going to be funny.
You want to do your You want to do your scream of charging?
My dream stop! Okay, let me roll this. Oh, I critted. Great.
Ooh.
That does hit.
She's really angry.
Laura accurate.
And then she's gonna roll her damage.
Well, how do you want to knock him off his ass and unconscious or dead?
Well, she's gonna run up to him almost like comedically because she's so small. She's gonna take her staff and hit his like kneecaps so he falls to the ground. And then she's just gonna basically wallop him to death with her short staff.
It's like the cartoon running sound effect.
Yeah. She's just like, ah!
It's no, stop! Oh. And
You
as you guys,
good, dirty heathen.
Heathen.
Oh my gosh! And then after he's been smashed in, she's gonna take a step back. She's gonna look at her short staff and wipe it off on her little robe, and then she's gonna look up at her beanstalk and just shake her head. That was a lot of work, and now it's forever destroyed.
Ignore that roll.
and with your critical, I'm just going to give it back to you. I'm not going to spend a fear to take that away because you got a crit. So your spotlights.
Okay. I think what she's gonna do, she looks up and looks at Varela's, and then she looks over where that guy blew that horn, and she says, "One more to go." And she's going to cast. I'm gonna have her cast actually one more attack. If she can, let me see if she can. How far is he? Oh, he's good. I'm gonna have her cast Vicious Entangle.
This will be at disadvantage because he is behind cover.
Okay. Vicious Entangle. Disadvantage.
That
14.
hits.
Okay. So it's going to root him, restrain him from the ground, and it's also going to deal 1d8 plus 1 physical damage. So it's going to deal 7.
How do you strangle him to death? Because he's going to die.
I mean, those vines are going to start at his feet, and then where they usually stop, but they're going to climb up and just climb up his body and then just, basically break his neck. Because, again, it's just like the anger of the nature's fury kind of thing.
And with your fear roll, I'm going to introduce the next wave. Okay. It's your guys' turn. That was their introduction, so.
Hervé's going to try her fireflies again as she sees the two to the left. So her hand's going to swirl around and then she's going to push out a swarm of fireflies towards them.
Tony, when you say left, you mean the south, like the west part?
Yes?
She can ping which one she wants to.
Yeah, can you ping?
How do I ping?
Use a little arrow and then just hold it down. Okay. Those are the two you're hitting, those are two minions.
Yeah.
Well, with the 12, you just miss.
Shoot.
Really
She's not
just
very good at
miss.
fireflies.
Okay. Okay, on that, I will take my turn. Let's see. They're entering this battle scene, by the way, screaming, like, like a horde would, most likely. This guy's going to move towards Geller, actually. He's going to attack Geller this time.
He could try.
Could miss, that's for sure. Rolls have been pretty bad tonight. Wealth.
That misses.
You're too short, so when he runs at you, he misgauges your height, and he just swings right over your head.
I don't even flinch. I just look at him, disappointed.
It's your guys' turn now.
I'm gonna have Thistle turn into a bear. So she's gonna become a bear. Her little self is gonna become a bear almost as big as Varellis. With kind of that fiery red hair. And then she's going to try to charge at the guy who's closest to her. The very close guy. I'll try to see if she can do that.
Charging at him?
Yep, she's charging at him in her bear form. Let me use her stuff.
20 hits.
Then she's going to do this damage.
Thank you for the fear.
12 damage.
All right. Cool. We'll mark his damage. You slash him, but he kind of backpedals a little bit, so you do scrape across his chest, but it's not deep enough. He looks like he's still ready to fight. That he's actually going to counterattack you. Which makes sense in this moment. $14.
Yep, that hits.
13 damage.
Okay, I'm going to use an armor slot for that.
You still take an HP worth of damage?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are now vulnerable. So any attacks against you will have advantage.
Okay.
Get poisoned by his dagger. Spend another fear here. This fear is actually going to be more for the environmental. The fire from the beanstalk is actually spreading onto some of the localized trees, and it is creating more of a black smoke situation as it's starting to fill the area. So right now it's not impacting anything, but it is starting to grow. Timber here is very dry. It is your guys' turn.
I'd like to deal with this man in front of me.
All right.
I'm gonna step to the side here. I'll get right here. And I'm gonna use power push.
Ooh, what's that do?
It's what I used on the golem creature in the hallway that knocked him back. I gotta make a spellcasting roll. On a success, they're knocked back to far range and take 2d10 plus 2 magic damage.
Oh, wow. Okay, nice.
17 with fear.
That will hit. Which direction are you pushing on?
Right at the guy behind him.
Like right here?
Yeah.
Tell you what, go ahead, roll damage, and I'll just the minion will probably just die.
13.
Okay, so he takes 1, and the minion's obviously gone. Just literally, like, his neck breaks as this guy's thrown into him, and the force of it just, takes him out. That was with fear, so this guy is going to move now towards Bremia, and he is going to attack Bremia.
He misses.
Definitely misses. I'm going to spend an additional fear, so my fear is starting to get halfway there. So the fire does spread even further. It is now in this whole cluster of trees. Mark it for you. Cluster of trees is now completely on fire, and the smoke is now starting to create, at least on near Geller, Arve, and Vaeryndel, it is starting to obscure your sight, so any attacks against targets and attacks against you will be at disadvantage. The smoke is starting to take over.
Who is it infecting?
Vaeryndel, Arve, and Geller, you're barely out of the range of the smoke for now.
Okay, I'm gonna take the turn and move to Thistle's side and war cleave this bad boy.
That will miss. Guess when you
Big, swinging wide, just completely miss.
he like leaps back, uses his dagger, and you can feel the edge of your blade just kind of barely touching his as he kind of pushes back away and into defensive posture. And he's actually going to now attack Thistle, the big giant bear. $22.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a green 19. I don't know what that means, but a 9 damage.
Maybe the green means poison.
All right. So I'm gonna mark stuff here real quick. I'm gonna take an HP slot for that one. Okay, is it our turn now?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna have her now in her bear form again. I'm gonna have her try. Let me look at some real quick. Okay. I am going to have her try and attack again. That doesn't hit, does it?
No.
Cersei, we can reroll ones.
Oh, I can re-roll because I got a 1 on my hope die, so I can re-roll that. Let me re-roll it.
That will hit.
Oh, much better. Okay. So I'm just gonna do that, and then she's gonna roll her damage. 14.
That's 2. Let me just sure. I guess threshold, so it takes me a second. Yep. This guy is now starting to look really bad.
Yeah, so she's in her bear form. After she's been hit, she's just kind of taking it out, like trying to viciously like slash at this guy as he tries to slash at her.
Vermea is going to use her weapon again against the minion next to her.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, that'll hit for sure.
Okay, I'm going to do damage, and I might manipulate magic after. I'm going to spend a stress to hit the, I think he's in range. Oh yeah, definitely, the guy next to Thistle and Varelis.
Okay, so you actually take out both of them. The other guy only has 1 hit point left, so... Nice, good job. How does that look on the battlefield when you have the magic kind of bounce like that?
It's kind of an arcing purple, just almost like smoke that goes after the minion goes down. It just kind of goes up into the air in a big arc over to the guy, over the heads of Varelis and Thistle.
This guy is going to now advance onto Arve, and he's going to attack Arve. So kind of shaking off what Geller just did to him.
Like, I'm not messing with that guy.
Yeah, that doesn't hit.
These guys, I'm rolling really bad today. You guys are lucky. And I will spend another fear. I actually have half fear now. He is going to attack again against Arve.
That hits.
13 damage.
Okay, I'm going to take 1 damage and 1 armor. Use 1 armor.
Perfect. And now it's your guys' turn.
She's going to turn around and she's going to, actually, she's choking a little bit, so she's going to try to move back. Oh, no, never mind, because that'll give him opportunity.
It works differently in this system, so you're fine.
Okay, so she wants to move at least a little bit out of the choking smoke. So she's going to move up here. But she's going to, while she's doing that, she's preparing a spell cast with her, and she keeps Kai next to her as well. And she's going to use a corrosive projectile, which is make a spell cast roll against a target within far range. On a success, deal a d6 plus 4 magic damage using proficiency. Mark 2 or more stress to make them permanently corroded. And while a target is corroded, they gain -1 penalty to their difficulty for every 2 stress you spend. So first, let me do my spellcast roll.
Fine, you can hit.
What?
You can hit him at this. Fast characters. Yeah, you do hit him with that.
Okay, and let's see. I'm just going to roll damage at this point. No, I'll use 2 stress as well. If I hit him, then I'll use the 2 stress to make him permanently corroded.
You hit him.
Don't use the stress until you
Oh, yeah.
hit him.
Okay, I hit him. So I want to use the 2 stress. Where'd my stress go? There it is. And roll damage.
Okay, 11. It's starting to look worse for wear.
And he's permanently corroded.
Okay, that gives him a -1 on his attacks, right?
Yes.
Rolled fear.
I don't think you put the music on repeat.
Did. It's still playing for you guys?
I don't hear it.
There you go. I'll just restart it.
I'll
And
be right back.
this guy is going to, after taking a beating from Geller and Arave, now he's going to advance up on Bremia and hope wish for a better luck.
It's surely a third time.
Dad. More persistent. -1, so it's
That-
actually a 21.
That hits.
Not the -1, so. 6 damage.
I'm gonna roll a d8 to reduce the damage.
Okay.
I take no damage.
Nice, and you don't become vulnerable because you don't have HP. Guy, you look at his face, and he looks utterly disgusted. Not necessarily at you.
What happens when you take no damage? Like, did it just bounce off of you? Like,
I have a trinket. It's my bracelet. It's a rune ward, so it absorbs that amount of damage, and I don't feel it at all.
And when he stabbed you, he felt resistance, and he realized his tip of his blade didn't even pierce your skin. He's just got this frustrated look on his face now. He's all covered in his own blood, so he's not having a very good day.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to use a spell I haven't used before, called Delirium Grasp.
Okay, what's that do?
Let's see if I hit him. It's critical.
oh, good.
That will hit him then, yes.
Okay, so I'm giving you a fear. He's going to instantly burst into eldritch flames and take d12 plus 3 magic damage.
Okay, well, he's definitely dead.
That's too bad, because if he wasn't, his body is just now on fire from this flame. He would have continued to take damage.
Oh yeah, he's dead.
This poor guy.
His corpse is just eternally inflamed.
Wow, that guy had not very good luck. With a critical, you're still your guys' spotlight. I will not steal that critical way.
I'd like to just move out of the smoke if I can. I'll go over here
You're definitely out of the
and
smoke.
just cast. That. Am I able to get closer than where I am?
What's that?
Am I able to move closer from where I was?
Yeah, where were you originally? Because you can move up to far, but if you move to far, you have to use a string to move into
I think I
far.
was here. Then I moved here. Within very close. But
You're fine.
if I just have to mark a stress to move further, I will.
No, it's only to move into that far range from close. You can move because I think someone just did the measuring for you, and you were still good. He was still in that close kind of range.
Be with him very close.
Yeah, you can move right up to very close.
Okay. I'll get there then, and then I will go ahead and cast Slumber on him.
Okay.
Oof, 11.
He just his eyes go shut for a moment, then he shakes it off and he just looks at you like, what was that? He doesn't know what just tried to happen to him, but he's just like, what? What's that? Holy crap.
Surrender and I'll spare your life.
Go ahead. I'll let you do a skill check with that too. You can presence, because you're kind of doing the charm, deceive, intimidation kind of route.
Oh yeah, because I got an 11, I can mark off 1 stress.
Um, he doesn't like just drop where he is, but what he does is he begins to flee. And on that fear roll you have, I will actually have him start moving out of the area. Move to about here. He's running now away. Okay, and that will. I guess I can use fear. I'll use another fear then. My fear start. Get fear every time you guys roll fear. It just gives me my turn, so I actually lose a lot of fear during combat. So,
Did Arve fly over to him?
Arve, no.
I didn't mean to.
Okay, and this guy is going to basically jump over the log and just jump right in front of Thistle, and he's just going to do a basic attack.
And that was fear with fear, because we have a presence roll of with hope.
Yeah, but I let him roll the skill. I'm using the fear from his original attack, so I used an additional fear so I can move this guy. So I did spend fear. 16 hit.
Yep. She's dead. She died.
Oh,
No.
Finally.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna take an armor slot and then take an HP. Okay.
You haven't experienced the damage.
13 damage.
Oh, true. Okay, well, I still have to do exactly that. I still have to do an armor and I have to do the thing. Okay, she's gonna attack him then. She's gonna do her little attack on him. Let me roll her little attack.
Do her little dance.
Do her little dance. Yay.
Make a little love.
Ooh, 13.
What?
I just find myself having to look at. Oh well, you guys are seeing it for. Yeah, 13 does hit. So perfect. Just hit.
Okay. And then she does 22 damage.
Nice.
Well, he's dead.
She mauls him into the ground because he hits her like from behind. And she mauls him to the ground. That's what she does.
Did you ever watch Dungeons and Dragons, that new movie?
I have, yes.
Picture that owl bear scene right now.
Yep. That's what she does. And then since she rolled hope, what she's going to do is she is going to charge toward the guy here, right over that log. She's going to go over the log and charge toward this guy.
You don't want to go through the burning beanstalk base.
What?
I'm joking. You don't want to go through the burning beanstalk base?
No, she's not going to try to tackle that to the ground. Okay, and then she's going to try to do another attack. Let's do this one. Got 22.
That hits. He's dead
And
too.
then she's going to roll her attack. Say she got a 7. And he dies, and she mauls him to the ground as well.
I'm gonna take advantage, take the hope, and slide over to dude.
Okay. Yep.
Take swing or scythe.
That will hit him too. He is dead as well. With that fear roll, this guy up here, he is going to get out of the scene now. He's gone. Escaped your guys' carnage on the battlefield.
Excellent. Rifle through pockets. Figure out where these people come from.
I'm gonna switch the scene here real quick for you guys. You guys are back on the landing page.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Would it be possible to chase him down?
Really far ahead, and well, I'll be blunt. If you're going to use strain, he'll probably end up using strain to keep that much further ahead of you.
I can also cast a portal into far range.
Right. If you would like to capture him, go for it. Or attempt to.
Actually, you know what? Instead of using it myself, I'm just going to cast it in front of him so he runs into it.
Correct.
Go for it. Roll. You'll have to at least hit his difficulty in order for him to fall into the trap.
No.
As he's running the portal, it seems like it's creating, but then he runs mid-creation, and then it fully appears behind him.
Oh well. Let him tell his friends of us, I suppose. Maybe they'll leave us alone.
I'll say when you do search the bodies, you do see that there is a letter on one of them. It does. It is sealed, and it has a seal of a what looks like a weasel on it, like impressed on the wax, and it's like a bronze-colored wax.
Not the evil weaseling.
Who finds the letter?
Whoever was searching, it was Relis.
Yeah, I was rifling through pockets.
Guys also do find. I'll just say this in a general sense because I'm assuming some of you also would be looking, but you guys do find amongst it about 7 handfuls of gold as well.
7 total.
Yep, 7 total. Anything else that really stands out?
So someone's gonna get an extra handful.
Or you keep it as for the party, whatever you guys decide.
Yeah,
Or
we
that.
have 2 extra handfuls from the boat gifts, I think. So we could add those. What is it, 2 to that?
Discord, so that we remember. Awesome. And you guys kind of are just standing there with that fire slowly growing as the smoke probably is rising higher in the air, kind of like as an indicator.
We should get out of here.
The smoke is high enough that it is potential that Valmere, at least the tallest towers, could see some form of smoke over the hills. And Brindlebrook most likely can see the smoke for sure.
Thistle's kind of she's transformed out of her bear form, and she's just kind of like walking slowly toward Brenda Brook. She is beat up a little bit, so she's not nearly as peppy, but she's intending to move down the path now.
Thistle's limping northward by herself at the moment.
Arave and Kyle catch up to her.
Yeah, we'll continue that way. We'll take up the front, start looking for more dangers.
I'm gonna turn the cloak I have into more like a ghillie suit.
Cool, because you can change the fabric to any material you want. So, are you creating like a leaf type pattern to it?
Yeah, like stuff you'd see in like bush snipers.
It's not just simply a pattern, it actually forms real leaves and twigs and a bunch of stuff all over the cloak. Like a flat pattern, it's actually a three-dimensional form that actually is made of leaves and twigs. It's kind of cool.
Nice.
Morales, you do have the letter of the weasel, so I'll make sure to note that too.
I can't read. I handed it off to Geller.
Okay.
I can't read. No.
That would be a hard sell. I'd be like, all right, well, you got to roll some deception there, Geller, because I don't think people are going to believe you.
What's the symbol on the ink?
It's a weasel.
Okay. A weasel. I opened the letter.
You see that it literally just has the name of the sister that you guys encountered, and there is a symbol of two daggers crossed over her name. There is blood that has been used to create the signature, and the signature literally just reads "The Weasel."
Remy is looking over Geller's shoulder and asks, "So, do we know who the weasel is?"
I certainly hope it's not a man-sized weasel.
That would definitely stand out.
Anyone that is, I'll generalize this because you guys have your backstories. Anyone that has lived in this region for more than a decade can roll to see if they can recall who the weasel is.
Carve is
Oh.
not going to.
What would we roll?
Just a recall knowledge. With a 13 and a 14, I will say that you guys remember the story about 6 or 7 years ago of a man that has purposely taken on a vendetta against the sisterhood and has purposely gone out of their way to contract hits on sisters that may be traveling alone. The story goes that he takes their possessions and then sells them on the black market, not to people within Valmere, but to contesting cities like Khazadrun or Gorath Kull. Like he's selling these items off to people who could potentially be the sisterhood's adversaries. For the most part, it sounds kind of like a fable, like a story to kind of scare kids from talking to strangers, because anyone that's stupid enough to take on the sisterhood must be either really dangerous or really crazy. So they're trying to maybe teach kids not to talk to strangers. But the fact that you're actually seeing the icon of the weasel, also his signature in blood, there may be some truth to the stories. Little rebellious group growing within the continent.
Well, some sort of undercover group, I believe. Their leader, the Weasel, has some vendetta against the Sisterhood. Perhaps they could prove allies in the future, since we are on a similar path.
As long as they don't know about what just happened here, I mean, I don't know if he'll appreciate us killing all his people.
With people like this, they see that more as a Commendation.
Hmm. That's dark.
Indeed, but it is the truth of our world.
Well, we don't know until we find out.
That is true. That is true also. So shall we continue?
Well, there's no sense in going back, anyways. So let's go.
Since we just got done combat, what I'm going to do is I will give us our 15-minute break here because I feel like going into Brindlebrook might want to that pause. So we'll go into 15-minute break, let everyone stretch, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, and we'll come back and we'll just jump right back in.
Sounds good.
Alrighty.
right, we are back. I'll let you guys discuss if you'd like to discuss. Say over the next 30-40 minutes, it's just a long walk. But eventually you do see that the road does crest over a grassy rise, so it's a little hill. And when you guys climb up that little hill, you see that the land does open up before you into almost like a gentle basin that's surrounded by just lush forest, like pines and whatnot. You do see what looks to be a wooden fence, well maintained. And then there's a large like gate, but it's not as large as like other towns would have it. This seems to be probably the height of Aurelis at maximum height. And the gates are made out of some sort of like localized wood. And carved on the front of them is these like little slits that are shaped in the form of like fruit, like apples. Like you see little like apples with like little dragonfly things. It's very well adorned with like local species and whatnot. And then beyond that gate, you do see the town of Brindlebrook. And all the houses, they're not made out of what you would assume a house would be made out of. You're far from Valmere now. You're actually seeing like what looks to be more like hobbit houses from Lord of the Rings. You see like these hills with like doorways that are almost circular in shape. Some of them have windows. Most of them have like a chimney that extends from the top of the hill to let out smoke. And then you just see a bunch of just small people, which for Bremia and Thistle, they're not quite small. For you, Geller, they're still small because you're very tall for a dwarf, but they're about average height for Bremia and Thistle. They various sizes. There's even smaller ones that are probably children running around. It's very idyllic, very peaceful looking community. There's like some of them have symbols. And this is just what you can see from the outside of the town because you're still outside this gate. But you can see like some closer to the center of the town, you do see one has like a sign outside its door. It looks like maybe a little bed icon that's been kind of engraved on the wood. You do see like more of an open area where like a forge is. You see like this is a working town. It's just a lot smaller in size than some of you are used to. But that's where you are. You're standing outside the town of Brindlebrook right now. I will ask you, do you know anybody here? All right, so do you have a pen and, well, do you have an area where you can write something down? More for you. Perrin Claybuck, they're a potterer in this town. And you also know Lessa Thornfoot, a local herbalist. It's probably where you used to sell a lot of stuff that you would find in the quag. A lot of herbs and stuff she would take from you, and you'd have probably very intimate conversations about the nature of how you obtained them. And then obviously, you know, Mayor Tampson, Appleward. He's, you know, a stocky kind of fellow. Got no hair on the top, kind of bald, but he's got hair on the sides and a scraggy looking beard, and very, well, like how Geller's picture is. He's got like these tiny little like glasses with circular lenses. And they're usually at the edge of his very long, big nose. Herbalist is probably the only, like, they don't have like a place that performs like magical practices of healing. Obviously there's the inn. You don't necessarily know the innkeeper per se, but you do know of the inn. Inn is called the Bramble and Kettle.
Okay. I just wanted to get that stuff written down.
Anyone else think they would know somebody here?
Arave would. Oh, Bremia. Sorry, Bremia. Go ahead.
Yeah, Romeo would as well.
Okay. And just give me like an idea of how you know this person or people. Gives me an idea of who to name for you.
So Romeo would have been here. It's been several years when she was traveling on the little with the wagon, selling things to small towns. Occasionally, they'd come all the way over to Brindlebrook to sell things. When she was much younger, so this would have been like more than a decade ago, um, her family made a big trip over here because her mother is actually from Brindlebrook, and so visited some of their family, but she hasn't seen them in a very long time.
Okay. So you know, do you have something you can write from?
Yes.
You know Old Hab Underleaf. He's one of the local farmers. He usually procures apples as well, but they're a different type of apple. They're a little bit more bitter than the ones that you have, so he's always happy to trade corn and stuff that he also grows on his farm for some of your apples, because he prefers your apples over the ones he grows. He told you a tale when you were little that he always gives his apples away to the humans in Valmere because, well, they're bitter people. He always talked really poorly about the humans, about their greed and stuff. Also know Shay Applebrook. She is your auntie. She tends to have one of the bigger hillsides here. A lot of your relatives actually have moved out recently that you're unaware of, but she seems to hold the fort, and this is the place that you knew that you would gather when you were a kid, and she always had plenty of room for relatives that were visiting. Other than that, you probably also know Lessa Thornfoot as well. You know, she deals with herbs and petals and stuff, and your mom and dad probably did a lot of business with them, especially for medical care, because, you know, tending to the people that would tend to your farm usually required some sort of medicinal needs to keep them healthy. The rest of the town is kind of fairly new to you. I mean, you were young, so a lot of these people you might know, but it's been so long that you probably don't know them intimately anymore. So,
Yep, that makes sense.
and Arve, you said you know somebody?
Yes, because she often went to town with this, or came over here with Thistle, but she also provided them with some meats as a ranger. She would different game she'd hunt and provide it for the some for the village, as well as herbs and wild mushrooms, of course.
All right, so I will say that besides Thistle doesn't know this person because you dealt with the meats and stuff, but you know Finian Greenwhistle, the owner of the tavern. He's the one that usually procured your meats because he always needed to make sure that he had hearty meals for travelers. But you also know Lessa Thornfoot, so you probably went with Thistle to trade some of those goods too, and then probably split up from Thistle. You don't know all of Thistle's contacts either, because once you got to town, you tend to split up to handle your businesses.
Okay, what was that woman's name that you said?
Which one?
Was it Lessa?
Yep, Lessa.
What was her last name?
Thornfoot. I'll have to ask her why her last name's Thornfoot.
Okay, and I would know her from Thistle.
From your trades, because she does herbs and stuff. You know the tavern keeper, because Thistle might have talked to the tavern keeper, and probably you all talked to multiple people in town. It's just who you're intimately engaged with more times than not. And for Thistle, it wasn't the tavern keeper. For you, it was, because that's where you could sell your meats.
Got it. Thank you.
It's not saying that you guys didn't run into these other people. It's just you have more of an intimate relations with varying people.
I may know one person from here that might be either part of some sort of guard or law enforcement, or perhaps an artisan of some kind that maybe my family had been working with at some point.
Yes, you also know Finian Greenwhistle then, but for a completely different and obscure reason than most people know of Finian. Finian actually was pretty up there in ranks. He used to work in Valmere as a guardsman in his younger years. He's obviously retired to Brindlebrook to run his tavern, but he does have a lot of military connections, and often he has friends from afar. Usually friends that the sisterhood would look down upon, so he usually keeps those associations private.
And what was his profession now?
Right now, he is a tavern keeper, but he also has musical inclinations, and you know of his military background from Valmere. I will say he was probably the reason you got to Brindlebrook, and most likely, potentially, the reason why you ended up committing your crime, because he was feeding you information on the inside.
Let's see.
You probably did something to protect him, I'm sure. And Varellis, you're new to this area, so I'm assuming this is all new to you.
Nope, I haven't eaten here yet. I will now.
Awesome. You guys are still outside the town.
Thistle's gonna head toward or in the town because she's gonna try to find the herbalist to get some fixins for herself.
Remia would pull Yeller aside before going into the town and ask, so how Is it okay for you to walk around the village, looking like you?
I'm not too sure, honestly. I seen some sort of passerby. I was going to try to use my stone on him, but we didn't seem to pass anyone besides the bandits from before. Uh, it's been 20 years since then. This is a small village. Perhaps nobody will recognize me.
Maybe, but it seems risky. Maybe I have an aunt that used to live here. Maybe I can take you over there. Um, that she won't mind.
Very well.
Brimia assumes, having not seen this aunt for over a decade.
Ooh, they're getting. Bremy is taking Geller to meet her family.
She's trying to stash him.
Put me in an attic and lock the door.
You just stay there, okay?
Thistle
All right.
going to the herbs, right? And then I got Bremia going to her family's house.
Yep.
I'm going to the inn. I need food.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to say Erave will have tell Varellis to follow her, and she'd show him a good place to eat. One of her few interactions with Varellis.
Okay. You know that the doorway is considerably small for Varellis, so you might have to warn him like he's going to crawl in.
I might,
Varellis,
I might take my supper on the veranda.
I was just going to suggest that perhaps you should sit outside at one of the tables there, and I'll make sure that you get some good stuff.
Excellent. And I'll do my best not to break things.
Yes, please. The innkeeper can be a little touchy sometimes when his his furniture gets broken. He has to remake it. So I'll be right back. And so she goes into the inn. She squeezes the sides of her mushroom to make it through the door.
It's literally the height of the tallest halfling there is. And so you're kind of having to bend down as well.
Okay, and she's also going to pull in the sides of her mushroom cap because, it's kind of wide.
I think of Gandalf. Like Gandalf fit in the Hobbit house, but he really had to like bend really low to get in through the door. That's kind of what you're doing. Not as tall as
It's only
Gandalf.
5 feet
But
tall, so
yeah, you still got to bend.
too bad. Okay,
Halflings
well,
don't
she
get
goes
by.
in anyways.
Perfect. All right, so we'll start with Thistle then. Thistle, when you get to the herbalist, you see a lady who's got her hair kind of pulled back into a bun. It's kind of like a grayish colored hair. She's kind of stout. She's got layers of clothing on. And she's fuddling around with some of the herbs that are laid out on like a little box. And she's kind of just organizing them off to the side. And she pays you no mind. She doesn't notice you're approaching her. And she's just kind of singing a little or humming a little tune to herself. Kind of kind of just busy work as she's just off in La La Land organizing her herbs.
Thistle enters and she's still kind of limping around. She's got a few scratches here and there from where those daggers had hit her, and she's kind of moving a little slow and wobbly. But as soon as she entered Brindlebrook, she kind of felt like, a little bit more of hominess because everyone is kind of her size. And so she's entering the herbalist shop and she hears the humming and looks over and sees the herbalist over there, and She just kind of looks around for a minute, and she's like, "Well, you're keeping this place upright. Looks like Miss Thornfoot."
She looks up and goes, well, she doesn't look up. She actually kind of brings her right hand to her ear and goes, "What? Speak up, dear."
Thistle just looks up and she's like, "Well, I reckon your hearing's not being too good to you, though."
Say again? What?
"Liza, it's Thistle Bramblefoot."
She looks up and goes, "Oh, Thistle. Long time no see. Come in, come in. What can I help you with?"
Hobbles over and she's like, "Well, as you can see, I'm a little worse for wear and just need a little bit of patching up. Wanted to see what you got that can kind of take care of some of these tears into me. I think I got hit by a little bit of poison, you see, with the dagger marks."
Were you playing with those rattlers again? I think you were. I think you were digging in those holes and you were like, "Oh, look at this rattler. I know you, Thistle, too well." Mm-mm.
"Now listen here, Missy. If it was a rattler, they wouldn't make these kind of lines." And she just kind of points to like one of the gashes against her. "No, I'd have some good teeth marks right there. And if they had got me, I wouldn't be coming in here walking. I'd be crawling on the floor, you see. So just take my word for it and don't make a big mess about it."
Mm-hmm. She gets close to you. She puts her like index finger up against one of your wounds. Might hurt a little bit, and then she licks it a little bit. And she's like, definitely poisoned Thistle. Give me a second." And she kind of wobbles off to the side, and you hear her rumbling. And she's like, "So, how are you? How's your adventures?" She's kind of yelling loud because she has to hear herself speak.
Thistle's just like, I would say same old, but I'm not venturing alone. I got a whole crew with me now, and that's put me on a little bit of my backside, as you can see with these marks. And well, I'm sure you'll see them running around town, but some of them are a little bit big and a little bit well, a little bit of a problem.
She looks up from where she was kind of rummaging through and goes, "I don't know if I heard you correctly, but it sounds like you found yourself a gentleman and he put you on your backside?"
It's
knew it.
like
Oh my goodness.
stops for a minute and says, "Liza, you might be an old crone, but I know you did not think I've been on my backside with no hillbilly hunkin' over there. Now, find me something to take care of these gashes and stop talking this wildin'."
"Oh, wishful thinking." She pulls out a little vial and she walks over and she's like, "You still haven't found anyone, huh? I do have a boy of mine that might be interested in you." Puts down the bottle in front of you.
Okay, she looks at the bottle and she's like, now should I apply it directly or should I drink it up? And stop talking about no boy or man or what have you. I don't have time for that. You know me. I got my swamp. I got my tadpoles. I got my shroomy. We got everything we need over there. I don't need no complications.
Oh, you need some shrooms? Shrooms would do you some good. Give you some good vision. Let me go get those for you too. Give me 1 second.
Oh gosh, Liza. You know I've talked about Shroomy before. You know I've talked about her, my mushroom friend. She's got all the shrooms you could want. I don't need none of your shrooms.
Oh, do any of your friends need shrooms? Shrooms are plentiful here.
She's got a mushroom on her head, Liza. She does not need your shrooms.
I have questions, but I'm not going to ask them.
You know better than to ask them, Liza. You know better. Now, do I drink this thing or apply it directly?
She puts her hand out. Well, you're gonna still give me about 3 handfuls of gold.
Liza, we're friends. I'll give you a handful and a half. How about that?
2 handfuls.
Okay, two handfuls, and she takes out the 2 handfuls and just puts them on the counter. Now, how do I take care of this?
Just drink it.
Alrighty, well, if I pass out dead, you better not be going and sprinkling anything on top of my corpse. I got my little familiar hawk come and poke your eyes out.
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
Nothing. And she just takes a big swig of the liquid.
So roll a 1d4. That's just manually. Yeah, here you go. All right, you get 3 hit points back.
All right. And she takes a breath after, and she's like, that does feel better. That does feel better, my friend. Ugh. I thought that poison was going to get the best of me.
Oh,
No,
that?
get the best of Thistle Bramblefoot.
Still got that poison in you, dearie. It's just gotta get some sleep. It'll pass your system.
Yeah, sleep. I'll get plenty of sleep once I find a good pie. Do you know what kind of pies they got on sale?
Oh, I got good pie for you. He's a gentleman. He's my apple of my eyes. My little apple pie, I call him. Would you like to meet him?
I don't care about your gentleman. I'm talking about real pies, woman.
Oh, well, go to the tavern. They have all the goodies.
Oh my gosh, I was hoping you had inside stories on their pie collections, but here you are, all hazy with love and infatuation, as you always are.
Well, I am giving a little hint here. If you go to that tavern, just be wary. There's a tall one there.
Tall one. Well, I'm all around tall ones nowadays, so they're nothing to be weary about.
Oh, they wear fancy robes too, huh?
Fancy robes? What we talking about?
I don't know. There's crimson robe people that came into town, and the whole town is all gasping for air.
Oh gosh, you're not telling me there's sisters here, are you, Liza?
They're not my sisters. That's for sure.
Oh gosh, Liza, you just... Thanks for telling me. This is gonna create a complication. Oh boy. Oh, okay. Uh, uh, she just takes a pause for a second. Uh, is Tamsin still around? He's still the mayor here, right?
Yes, but he's actually had to go to Celestra under the orders of those red ones.
Oh lordy. And who's leading the village?
Well, that would be me.
Gosh, Liza.
I'd save us all.
You're leading this whole village?
Yeah, and by the time the mayor gets back, all my little ones will be married.
Liza! And she's just kind of cupping her eyes with her hand. She's like, you're trying to marry everybody off to your kin?
I want some grand ones.
Oh my gosh, are you mandating it or something?
I wouldn't have to mandate it if you would just take me up on my offer.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And she just kind of turns on her feet and she's like, I might see you before I leave, Liza, but you are a special one. Thank you for the potion. Thank you. I gotta go find somebody.
Mm-hmm. Nice to see you in the little Thistlebrook.
Nice to see you, Thornfoot. And she just leaves.
And guess I'll go to Bremia and Geller now. So kind of do a shift, and we'll go to her auntie's house. When you get to the house, Bremia and Geller, it is one of the bigger mounds here. The door is closed. It's like what you would picture a Hobbit house door to look like. It's a circular door. It's got these beautiful like wood engravings on it of like deer and forest scenes. And then a little window to peer into with like a cross beams, like cross section to it. You can see in the warmth of light coming from in. You can smell like fresh baked goods kind of wafting through. And you do hear faintly by standing at the door, like the shuffling of like dishes and stuff.
Brimia would knock real loud on the door and yell, "Auntie Shay, you in there?"
Oh dear, no one's called me Auntie Shay in some time. I'll be right there. And you hear the little footsteps coming closer, and then the door opens, and she looks you up and down and goes, "Do I know you, dearie?"
"Well, you knew me when I was, about so tall." And she takes her hand and she goes down like a couple of, like several inches, which is much shorter. She's like, I'm Mia's granddaughter.
Oh, is that my dear Mia?
It's Brimia.
Yes, I used to call you Mia. That's where you got it from, dear.
Oh,
Ah, how are you doing? Is this your boyfriend? He looks at the dwarf.
Brimia frowns like,
My eyebrow twitches.
no, Auntie Shay, this is just a friend. He's teaching me more about book learning and stuff. This is Geller. Uh, we just got to Brindlebrook and we wanted to see if we wanted to come visit to see if we could stay a while.
Oh, yes, of course. I've got plenty of rooms here. Uh, Actually, I haven't had visitors in some time. Most of the family have left. They've actually gone overseas. For some reason, they didn't like being around these parts anymore, and they went to a land I've never visited. I'm too scared to go over there.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Applebrook.
She looks to you and goes, "My, you are not a halfling. You are a dwarf."
In all its glory, yes.
Well,
Geller Bereliza, at your service.
and she kind of puts her hand out daintily towards you and goes, "I'm sure it's my pleasure." Now, are you both hungry? I'm sure you've had a long travel. I'll get you set up. You can reminisce about the old days, catch up on a few things.
Brimia starts moving and says, "Yes, we are very hungry. Everything smells wonderful, and I have to hear more about who left, where'd they go, why."
She looks beyond you guys and then just kind of like reaches out for your hands. You guys can obviously recoil, but she's going to try to just gingerly bring you into her home.
Brimia accepts her hand and follows her in.
I let her pull me along, but I look back for a moment and dart my eyes around to make sure nobody was watching.
Yeah, no one's really watching. You guys are small enough. You're not even. Most of their attention's probably on Varellis, who's kind of at the center of town, right now, to be honest. This huge tower of a man in this very small little place. You guys are in. She closes the door and she goes, "Well, most of the family went overseas. They said that the elfkin are a little bit more open with certain practices. I guess the sisterhood caught wind that we had a few males amongst our family that had, well, what you have." She kind of gives you a finger one over, and she's like, "And around these parts, the sisterhood frowns upon men having magic."
Brimia sighs real big and said, "Yeah, I know." And We definitely don't want to run into any sisters because you never know with them. You could get in trouble just for looking the wrong way.
You definitely don't want to go to the tavern then. There's a few there. I heard they are taking one of ours into custody.
I start sweating.
Well, let's get some food. And you got to tell me more about that. That doesn't happen too often, does it?
Sisters? I mean, we're not too far from Celestra. They do sometimes make their way through here, but they never. I don't know. None of us never really get into trouble with them. I mean, for the rest of the world, we're just small people. To us, we're average height people, right? So most people don't even look at us as a threat. Apparently, this halfling is a threat to them.
Well, some people are just excessively tall. But there's a halfling they're taking?
Yes, I'm
Yes,
curious about the suit.
Open Hallowfoot. Apparently, he took something from their charges along the road, and well, that's as much as I know.
What was his
What
first
was
name?
that?
Tobin Hallowfoot.
Would I know Tobin?
Yeah, he was one of your childhood friends that you'd come across when you visited here. He'd play with you on the streets and stuff. So he's about your age. You don't necessarily know him intimately anymore because you were young, but you used to play with him when you were a kid.
Really, Tobin? I mean, why would he take something? That seems so dangerous.
I don't know, those Hallowfoots, they've been doing some really mysterious things lately. Uh, Even some tall folks, very suspicious looking tall folks, have been seen coming out of their house.
Um, you have to say more, but really, we're famished. You've got to feed us while you talk.
Yeah, would you like some? We have some jerky fish. We've got some venison on the pot. Got a nice stew being made. Um, I even have some dessert. Bitter apple pie.
Stew sounds wonderful.
It all sounds good to me. And Hermia laughs at the apple pie. That- Are those old Habs apples? Did he still selling those bitter ones?
Yes, I was gonna make the apple pie for the well, our guests in the tavern. I just, you know, old Brindlebrook hospitality.
Well, that's mighty kind of you, Auntie. And she looks over at Geller and kind of shakes her head to indicate that he shouldn't eat the pie.
Geller nods.
He guides you guys
Right.
towards the kitchen, by the way, while you're talking.
Okay. And when they get to the kitchen, Brimmy would go and uh, she wouldn't assume that her aunt's going to serve her, so she kind of looked to her aunt to find, whatever it is they need to pull them to get themselves some stew.
Oh, sit, sit. You've been on the road for how long?
Just a few days. I mean, it feels longer than it was.
Oh, please sit. It's not a problem. I don't get to see you much, little Mia. Give me a moment. You and your friend get comfortable.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you.
Now, what are the odds that the Crimson Sisters are here at the same time we are?
Well, it seems like they have a reason for being here, and they don't need any more.
You're right. We should lay low.
You guys talk. You see her ladling soup into wooden bowls, and then she brings the bowls over to you guys, and you see there's nice, vibrant colored venison with inside. It's been properly cooked. It's mixed in with a bunch of herbs. There's a nice wafting aroma coming off of it. She even gives you guys fresh bread that she's made. It's walnut bread, because walnuts are pretty common around here as well. And she smiles at you, Remy, and goes, so tell me, how did you two meet?
at this point, Brimmy has taken a big bite of the walnut bread. So she starts chewing it and starts talking around it. I said, "Oh, well, we met on the road, and remember did you know I was on those the wagon? I was helping out with the wagon that we
The
went and
caravan.
sold. Yeah, the caravan. That, yep. And so I was traveling around for a while, you know, just to see more of the continent, and that's where I met Geller here. And he was, deep in a book when I saw him, and so we started talking, and he's just been teaching me things, and it's been a pretty good partnership, I would say.
Indeed, sort of taken her under my wing as I saw she had great potential with the arcane, but lacked much discipline. Fortunately, I've spent many years training myself in the magics, so I figured I could help.
He says that her face turns pale, by the way.
Yeah. So you see, we would rather not meet up with the sisters because that uh, it's just better not to when magic's involved. And don't worry, he's good. He's actually very knowledgeable and has control of all his magical faculties, and won't cause any problems. So don't you worry about that. And he's taught me to be a lot better too. So I'm not going to cause any problems either.
Indeed, we just don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves here if the sisters are around.
So you brought a man in my house that uses magic.
Well, he's not using magic right now.
She's like stuttering here. She's like, she finally gets out of her stupor. She's like, Mia, I absolutely adore you. And obviously, I love my brother and his wife, but you put me in a very tough situation here. You know, men are not supposed to be practicing magic here.
He's not. He's not doing it. He's not going to be doing. Geller, you're not going to do any magic here, right?
I will not.
Right. And you see, we won't be long, and then we'll leave, and we won't cause you any trouble. And if for some reason someone shows up, you knew nothing, and you are just as surprised as they are.
Terrible liar, Mia. um, I'll let you sleep here for the night, but you'll have to leave promptly afterwards. I can't risk losing all of this because I housed, no offense, a criminal. She doesn't know your backstory, Geller. She just sees you as a male magic user. So she's just saying, I can't house a criminal here for long, Mia.
I understand, Auntie Shay, and we will be gone in the morning, but I do want to say you should not call him a criminal. We have relatives that have magic, and we don't call them criminals, do we?
Well, I do, but I didn't rat them out.
Well, that's very admirable of you, uh, Auntie. But I do think that if you look at things in the broader sense, there's nothing criminal about men having magic as long as they are not using it against people, and out of control. And there's possibly maybe a world and maybe another continent that doesn't think that way. So who's to say that it's the right way to think?
Roll an agility check for me real quick. Right, Mia?
Agility?
Yes.
You just chuck something at him.
I gotta
I
re-roll
was
that
thinking
one.
that.
It's critical.
Let's go.
As you're rambling on, your auntie goes to try to like put her fingers over your mouth in a way that it would kind of seal them, like pinch them together. But obviously, you see it coming. So if you want to avoid that, you can.
And she just kind of backs up and puts like the table between her and her aunts and just keeps talking.
Premia, Mia, don't talk that way. If you say anything outside this house in those regards, I cannot protect you. The law does not care that he doesn't practice magic in a public format. He is gifted with it, and that is enough.
Well, I'm not talking outside this house now, am I? I'm not planning to. I am just talking to my auntie, and I think that it's a good idea for us to be on the same page and to be able, even if we're not on the same page, to talk through these big important questions about the world and not stifle it because other people might not think the same.
Geller stands up abruptly. He says, Miss Applebrook, if my presence here puts your safety at risk and that of your kin, I will not burden your doorstep any longer. Thank you for the stew, but I will find somewhere else in which to spend the night, if it is too much trouble for you.
What's that, Premia? As you talk, she looks back to you and goes, just one night. That's all you'll have. I cannot house you further than that. I do this because I love my family. I will protect my family, regardless of their wild beliefs. I, I'm sorry, but we're taught that men bring chaos to this world, that are gifted with such arts, and I'm old. I'm not. I can't change my ways. As I'm not as malleable as Mia is.
They do say the first step is acknowledgement.
Yes. But the Sisterhood has kept peace on this continent for quite some time, and who am I to argue their ways?
Hermia just mutters under her breath, "Well, you're a smart halfling woman. You can think whatever you want."
Peace is not peace, if that peace is brought about by fear.
We don't fear anything here in Brindlebrook. I mean, I guess others might fear the Sisterhood, but they've done very well by us. They often trade with us, and our farm goods typically help stock some of their wares. They've never treated us with malcontent.
Until they have a reason to.
That could be said about any one good dwarf. I mean, the dwarfs are very aggressive back in our past. So, are we to not say that they're just vicious? No, I'm sure their citizens think that they're good folk too. Or the orcs, the
I
orcs.
think that further proves Bremia's point.
How so?
She believed, or she was telling you, that there are other cultures and countries in the world that look upon men such as myself, who are arcane practitioners, as no different than anyone else practicing the arts. You just said that exact same sentiment in a different way.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the good old magic there, Mr. Geller. I was talking about the nature of your people. I'm sure they're good people, even though history otherwise says they're not. Sisterhood are good people. They protect these lands, and I've never had malcontent from them. I can't say anything bad of them. Why, have you both run into something that says otherwise?
I
Just look
think
over to Bremia.
think you're being very short-sighted in your views of the sisterhood, because they might be good one day, but then they might take Tobin Hallowfoot away the next day. So I I don't think it's as simple as you're making it sound.
Did
Yeah.
Tobin deserve this?
I don't know. I'm not the arbiter of law, and I'm a simple lady. I wake up, I do my chores, I help around the town, and I go to sleep. My life is simple. I don't have all these worldly concerns, I suppose, that others
And
have.
all we are asking is that your life remains simple.
It will the moment morning comes and you take your leave.
To be honest, Auntie, and I don't mean to seem ungrateful because I am very grateful for the stew and for the bread and for letting us stay tonight and for not telling anyone about it. But I don't want your life to remain simple. I want you to think more about the bigger things because things there are things going on in this world right now that don't make sense. And if everyone keeps living a simple life and not thinking about them, then it there's no way to make sure that those things are going to go the right way. And you might wake up to a world you don't want to be in if you keep living a simple life.
You're young of heart. When you're young of heart, the world is so big. But as you get older, and you've already gone through your trials and tribulations, you just want to live. And that's what I'm doing, Mia. If either of you can't respect that, I respect your opinion of that. But I'm happy. Why would I wish to shatter that?
Um, Brimia takes her aunt's hand and says, I don't want you to be unhappy. I want you to be happy with your life. But I think there's more to life than just living. There's more. You can thrive. There's more. And no one's too old to appreciate that. Just think about it. You don't have to change, just think about it.
She just smiles, goes, don't worry, Mia, I am thriving. My house is the biggest house here in Brindlebrook, and our family is one of the more established people amongst this little town, and I think we're doing just fine. Like I said, I have no issues with the sisterhood. I'm sure there's reasons for you both to feel the way you do, but the sisterhood has done well by Brindlebrook. We've thrived, we've flourished, we have a good trade with Celestra. I don't know why we'd want to create wrinkles into something that's working for everybody.
Well, I think you should figure out why they're really taking Tobin Hallfoot and wait and see if other people start getting taken. Just like you said, we have a big name, you have a big house, and so maybe what you think is important to some other people, and you care about this town, so care about all the halflings in it.
I mean, do you know why they're taking him?
I just got here. How would I know?
Exactly. There could be a very legitimate reason. I'm not going to get up in arms about it. I don't see anyone else making a stink about it in town.
I don't think you should get up in arms. I think you should understand it because you care about all these halflings. And he's a halfling of the village, and so you care about his welfare.
I live alone, Mia. I don't have a husband. All my kids are gone. I'm the only defender of my own estates. I don't have groups of friends like you do that have
I
gifts.
get it. You have lots of excuses. It's fine. I just asked you to think about it. Thinking doesn't change anything, it doesn't put you at risk. Just think about it.
Taylor's gonna just step back from the conversation between the two and look around the outside from the window.
It's a busy, busy town. You see a lot of people moving about. Um, it's weird. Well, I'm gonna ask Varellis. Varellis, are you trying to sit somewhere right now, or are you still standing while you're waiting for your scene with Arve?
I think he stepped away.
To me,
He is sitting outside.
you could barely make the top of Varellis' head, then I'll say. And it's just a very busy town. It seems normal. Everyone seems to just be doing commerce. Some people are stopping, having chats. There's even a couple old men on a bench, like grumpy old men in the movie. They're just chatting and talking about everyone that's passing by. A normal little community. He goes, well, Mia, this is probably the best advice I can give you. Just be careful of your thoughts, because a single thought can be like poison. Just don't let your thoughts overwhelm you and your sensibilities, okay?
Mm-hmm. I'll be careful as long as you start thinking more.
You act like I don't think at all.
Well, I think you need to broaden your thoughts, maybe, think about some of those things that you don't want to think about because they're important.
Well, should I get those rooms set up for you? She obviously seems to be changing the subject as she puts on like I want to say a customer service smile.
Just if you want to point me in the direction, I can get us set up. I don't want to trouble you, and I know I've been very frustrating, so I should do something to make up for that.
You're not frustrating. You just have a very broad perspective of the world, and I appreciate your perspective. It's just not where I'm at. And I just, at minimal, hope you can respect that.
Remy sighs real big. She said, yes, Auntie, I respect that. You you don't have to change anything. You're fine just the way you are. I know it, and I'm sorry.
You're
I'm gonna
just
need
the...
to connect telepathically to Vermere.
Oh, okay. Perfect. He goes, well, I'll set up your room. Why don't you guys finish your meal? I haven't made those guest rooms in a bit, and I know where everything is. So why don't you guys just sit here for a moment, enjoy your soup and your bread, and I will get things all settled for you.
Yes, Auntie.
This is a battle not worth winning, Vermere.
Remy would message back. You can't win a battle you don't fight. It's worth a try. And you gotta stop telling people you're using magic. That's not something people want to know around here.
A better reason than having murdered somebody.
You don't have to tell them either thing. Just
It
don't.
draws attention from the potential of any other random reason why.
You got a good backstory. You're just, going around learning about things, books and stuff. Just don't talk about the magic.
I mean, to be fair, you did tell her before I did.
I didn't tell her. I said you had books and you were like teaching me things, like non-magical things.
Fair enough.
Okay, well, it's I think it's fine. It's fine. We're here tonight and now at least we know about the sisters. So let's just get some food. I'll clean up in the kitchen and we'll figure out what to do tomorrow.
Right then.
Pan over to Arve and Varelis. I will start with Arve since she has to probably get the food for Varelis anyways. Let's start with her.
Yeah. Well, she's gonna walk in and be all smiles and look at Finian and give a wave. Finian, how you been? I'm in town. Sorry, I don't have any venison for you, or rabbit, or quail. But I was wondering if you might help fill up my friend out there. She points out the window. He's got an appetite almost the size of him.
Well, I'm going to paint the picture for you here, Arve, before I even respond to anything. You push open the doors to the bramble and kettle. The usual warmth, of the bread and ale that typically would have greeted you, and the hum of conversations that you typically would hear is all muted. The tavern itself seems very unusual. and your eyes are literally drawn immediately to the corner of the room where you see a trio of human women sitting, and they're slightly apart from the rest of the crowd. The tallest among them does rest back in her chair, hands folded neatly on the table. A crystalline shard gleams at her throat, catching the firelight. Her gaze is cold, measured, and seems to weigh every person who dare glance her way. So she's like scoping out everybody. And though she says nothing, her presence alone certainly is bending the attention in the room towards her. And you do see flanking a small halfling that's amongst this group. You see two other human women. They're tall, also imposing, and they're clad in deep crimson robes that are trimmed with gold, each bearing a flame-shaped sigil. And they remain standing, rigid, precise, and moving in almost unpredictable synchronization. It's like they're otherworldly synchronized. It's very unsettling that they move in motion in almost identical ways. Their hands do hover near faintly glowing weapons, ready and alert for any threat that may approach them. And every slight motion that they do radiate, it radiates like a discipline, authority, and an imposing threat. Like you feel like if you went towards these people, you could potentially. It's just like a heavy dread, like something very bad would happen. The halfling that is between them is small. His wrists are bound in iron shackles, and it's a finely wrought metal mask that's clamped over his mouth. His eyes are wide. They dart nervously across the room. And then at the slightest tilt, the other lady, the one that's in the center, she's blue. She has a blue robe on, and but she's kind of settled in between the other two, and they're just kind of there. And when you say the innkeeper's name, he just motions for you to go quiet, like he's trying to hush you with like motions of his hands, and then for you to approach closer so you can whisper instead of just speaking.
Okay, well, she'll catch that, and mid-word, she'll hush up, and she'll go over to him with just offering a slight glance to the corner, but not, but appearing to look away afterwards. She's quite aware her ranger abilities tingling. Something is like really not right, but she's not going to press it. She's heard too much now about the sisterhood, so she's not going to press anything. But she just goes over to Finian and asks if she could get a big meal for the big guy, and leaves the rest unsaid for now.
It's good to see you, Arve. I feel like it's been a moment or two. He's whispering. I just have to speak louder on voice so you can hear me. And he's continues, and he's like, when you say a big meal, what do you mean?
She points out the window to Varellis. Something to feed him.
The windows are kind of small, so he goes, all right, give me a moment. He raises a finger to you just to stay where you are. He goes around the counter, opens the door, looks outside, and takes a moment. You see his whole body kind of pause there, like he's trying to calculate what he's looking at. And he closes the door. He walks right around the counter. And he looks at you and goes, that's going to cost you a pretty penny to feed that guy.
It's going to cost him, not me. I promise you, though, next time I come, I'll try to make sure that I bring enough to cover whatever he ends up eating.
What does he eat? I've got some fresh vegetables I can put on a stew. I've got a little bit of meat right now. We actually have a stock of meat coming in from Valmere in the next day or two. I miss you on the quag. We used to get meat regularly, but now we have to get it from the humans to the southwest, and it's just not as good quality.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I've been out on a personal adventure. Met up with a few people, him included. But once we're back, I'll be getting you more. I'll be getting you that stuff again. Uh, I think he eats almost anything, but I'm not quite positive. So let's start with some meat, and I'll check from there.
Do you want to ask him before we prepare anything? Because whatever I make for you, you're going to have to pay.
Yeah, I better check. Just a minute. She makes her way. She pointedly does not look at the corner as she walks over to the door to check and see what Varela eats. Is he back yet?
I'm here. Yes, just bring me everything and anything you can get your hands on.
Okay, including vegetables?
Of course.
Okay, I just
You don't
wanted
get
to
this
make sure.
physique by only doing meat.
She waves to her body. She says, I have no idea about your physique or how you got it, but okay, I will let him know. And he said it's going to cost. So hopefully you've got enough because I know I don't.
As it will be. I will make it so.
Okay. She goes back in. Kind of, she tries to not allow the sisters to dampen her whimsical attitude, but she's not quite as open out with it as she normally would have been in a familiar surrounding. She's got a little bit of a bounce in her step, and she goes back over to Finian. She leans over and she says, "He says he'll eat anything."
Anything. Okay.
Well, within, you know what I mean. No feeding him tree bark or anything like that. He'll eat meat and vegetables and bread.
Does he want the menu from our second breakfast, or would he like lunch?
Make it both.
Both. Okay. So is that like I guess that would be a second brunch?
It's food. He doesn't care.
Okay. He goes, he's like, I need a moment. Just sit here. And the stool is like, it supports you, but your knees would definitely be closer to your chest than normally. I'll be right back.
No worries.
And then he comes around the corner and you see that he has like a whole flat plate that's full of like scones. There's seeded cakes. They're kind of like, there's cheese, fruit. So he's got like, it's almost like a, what do you call it? A charcuterie board kind of set up a little bit. There's honey. There's like a little pot of honey, a little pot of cream. No bigger than probably the palm of your hand. There's biscuits, some shortbread. There's even like several small sandwiches that some have cucumber in them, others have ham. And then he's also got a couple meat pies on there, rabbit meat pies. Then there's also some fresh greens and herbs with like light oil and salt on it. And then there's like 2 big cups of ale, but it's like a cider ale. And he goes, well, that's going to cost you about 5 handfuls of gold.
He said that he'd take care of it.
Well, I can't give you these dishes until you pay. And he puts his hand in front of you. Sorry, I just can't have you walk out of the building with the food, Arve. You know how business is.
Okay, let me go see him. So she goes out the door again. She says, you know what? You've got to shrink. She's like, you can tell she's teasing. Um, and this is, he's got meats or sandwiches and cheeses and fruits and vegetables and breads and some honey, but it's going to be 5 handfuls of gold.
I feel like our friend is not our friend. Why would any amount of food be handfuls of gold?
To feed you?
Never in my life. Get real
Well,
loud and stand
you're
up.
you're welcome to come crawl inside and deal with him yourself.
You would have to crawl in there.
I'll just growl. I'll take whatever's two handfuls of gold. Quit trying to rip us off.
Okay, she takes the 2 handfuls of gold. She goes back in. He said, well, never mind what he said, but this is how much he's got. So I guess that's what we're buying. Maybe you can, because it's leftovers from breakfast, you can give me a bit of a deal.
No, the pigs can eat this stuff too. 2 gold.
Everybody puts their hand on her hip, and it's like, yes, and pigs don't pay.
Oh, pigs pay in a different way. You know it. Fatter they get, the heftier the price I can get from them.
Finian, how often do I ask you for favors?
Well, anytime you sell me meat, you ask me for a favor.
Excuse me, you like the quality that I bring you.
Yes, and I pay top dollar.
Yes, well, I don't charge you over top dollar for it either.
This is prepared. This is well done. I'll give him 2 golds
Okay,
worth.
whatever. 2 golds worth then, please. That's what he said.
He removes the scones. He removes the seed cakes. He removes most of the cheese. He leaves the fruit. He keeps the honey and cream on there. Leaves some of the biscuits. He keeps the sandwiches on there. He adds a little pot of tea instead. Removes 1 of the jugs of ale, and he goes, okay, well, this is 2 golds, and I'm giving you a little extra than I should, but that's as best as I can do for you there, are they?
Thank you, Finian. I appreciate it.
Oh, and before you leave, I did get something for you about a month ago. Give me 1 moment.
Oh, let me go give this food to him and I'll come back in because I would like a little bowl of stew if you have some.
Leave the gold on the table, then. I will be back.
Will
I took it
do.
off my sheet.
I will say, you can just make a note of this for us, but you will get the same halfling buff that Bremia and Thistle get, but you'll only get like 1 session's worth of it. So you know how they get the extra die? You'll get the extra die from this meal. The hope die.
An extra hope. 1 extra.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
next time everybody will get 3 instead of 2.
Yep. Works for the whole group. Nice little buff.
Cool.
Did you go back inside Arve?
Oh, yeah, she takes it out and hands it to Varela. She said, this is what he said 2 gold was worth. He gave you a little bit more. So I hope you appreciate it. I had to haggle a little bit.
Well, I thank you because that little felt like thievery.
Well, I have to admit he usually uses top quality. It's not like a lot of the inns or taverns that we go to where they just use scraps and so forth. So hopefully you'll also savor what you got.
That doesn't happen at all. Immediately break in and just hammer it down.
I figured as much.
Yeah, so
I
did
got,
I, but
I
now
got
she
a
goes
thing.
back in.
I got a thing to do.
You go back in. He's finally at the counter. You see him as you're walking in. He's just taking the gold and putting it underneath the counter. I'm gonna have you quickly just roll a instincts check for me, Harvey. It's gonna be a DC of 15. Okay. As you enter, your eyes do dart towards the sisters for a moment, and you do notice that they're holding some sort of like, looks like a contraption that's made out of brass. It's literally held within one hand, and there is like a crystal aperture that seems to be rotating slowly. And when you walk in, you see that one of the red robed sisters looks up at you for a moment, and then you just see her whispering to the sister in blue. They don't make any motion towards you as you approach the counter.
Harvey sees this. She's kind of curious. But she also doesn't want to draw a lot of attention to herself. She really does not trust them. So she's going to see if she could get a bowl of stew and a piece of bread. I thought she just enough to put something on her stomach while she sits there and tries to look like she's not paying attention to the sisters.
He puts the bowl in front of you. It's rabbit stew. That's the meat he has currently cooked. So he gives you some rabbit stew and some walnut bread, and he doesn't charge you. He goes, not this time, as he slides the letter to you. It is sealed. It's not sealed by any specific impressions. It's just sealed with wax. There's no like identifier on it.
Thank you. Um, before she'll take a bite of the bread, she'll dip it in the stew. She'll take a bite of the bread, and then while she's chewing, she'll open up the letter, slide her finger under the slat, and break the seal, unfold it.
Okay. You see when you open it, you see a beautiful sketching of a flower, more specifically a lotus. And it looks to be floating on these little like petals. And it looks like someone tried to draw like water around it. And underneath it goes, "Dear Harvey, I know that you've been traveling with my friend Thistle for some time, and I noticed that you have quite the affliction adorned to your head. And I heard rumors that there is a lotus called the Veilheart lotus that can be found within the quag that potentially could remedy the situation that you have found yourself physically imbued with. This information comes to me from the far east in a place called Myreford. They claim that they have found a flower that can cure most, if not all, ailments. I figured this might be something you're interested in. It's called the Veilheart Lotus. And maybe little Thistle knows it. And if you ever find your way here again, maybe make a venture into those swamps to see if you can find this and see if there's any truth to the rumor." And it says, "From yours, Lessa Thornfoot." It says underneath, P.S. I write this because I might forget that I wrote this the day after. And that's where it ends.
Arve will put it on the counter with a soft little chuckle. She'll keep looking at it. She takes another bite of the bread with stew on it. And she looks to Finian. She says, stew tastes really good. Not as good as when I get you the meat, but it's still really good. I appreciate it. I guess it looks like I'm going to be heading over to see Lessa. How's she doing, by the way?
You're gonna go over to see her? I don't think she's gonna remember that she even wrote you that letter. Good luck. And yes, I know the meat's not good, but human hunters are just, I don't know. They hunt at whatever they feel they can catch and try to sell it off like it's prime meat. It's just not the same.
It also depends on where they get it. I get it in the quag, which has different foliage and food for the animals than where a lot of the human hunters hunt. So that probably has a lot to do with it as well.
Sure. I guess if you want to give humans that credit, then be more than welcome to. I need to get back to work, Arve. I do apologize. I had to go tend to our human friends over there in the corner. I hope you have a wonderful day, and yes, it's good to see you. And if you do see Thistle, tell her the room and board will be free for her as well tonight. If you just lift up your plate, you'll notice I left you a key. If you have any friends, just let me know and I can offer them a room as well. Perhaps not your big guy there, but I'm sure we can get him a barn stall if he needs it.
Okay, I'll let him know. Yeah, there's myself, there's Thistle, possibly one other joining us that haven't come yet, and the big guy. But I appreciate it. Hey, by the way, she leans even closer to him. She says, "What are they doing here?"
He's too nervous to talk about it with them being in the building, just shrugs and goes, well, I hope you have a wonderful day, Arve.
She purses her lips together. And she kind of sucks a little bit of air through them. And she'll nod. Say, okay, well, I'll see you later this evening anyways. And you might want to prepare something big for the big guy for dinner.
I'll tell you what, his next meal will be on us. I'm getting paid quite well for helping the sisters here, so just tell him that I hope he has an empty stomach by the time dinner comes around. Well, first dinner. We usually have about 8 meals here. It's just a thing we do.
Oh, he'll be ready. He's a bottomless pit. He could eat until the cows come home.
Right. Well, I got work to do. Bye, Arbe. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too. She'll work on finishing up her meal and put the key in her pocket.
And while you're doing that, Varellis, was there anything you wanted to specifically do while you're sitting outside or just eating away?
Just hammering away, looking around, see what I can find in the actual town. If anything needs moved or anything like that, I'm looking for feats of strength and such.
It's a lot of like donkeys pulling carts with halflings kind of strolling beside them. You do see next to where you are 3 horses, and they actually are saddled with very high quality leather, and they have adorning them like cloth banners that kind of like drape off of them, and they're in the colors of Celestra's like heraldry. So they're very like regal looking horse, like compliments to them. All three of them are white horses as well, very uniformed. Those are the things that stand out to you, especially the horses here in this village. I mean, they're tall, so.
I'll make note of that and keep looking around. See if there's anything in the actual town that like needs to be done.
Nothing like stands out to you needing to be done. Everyone seems to be just going about their daily lives. Obviously, you're getting looks. You're tall. Even when you're sitting, you're taller than most. Actually, probably taller than everybody here. So
Indeed.
maybe the sisters while you're sitting at least, but you didn't really get a good look at them because they're inside. So there's only like this small little window that you have access to.
And now I'm just looking around more and more, looking for something to do.
There is a if anything were to get your attention, there'd probably be the forge. Like there actually is weapons and armor being made here.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll go over there and start looking, see if there's anything that piques my interest armor-wise.
I can actually give you a little list here. You do see like high quality chainmail. And it actually looks like they're full size. It's not like they're selling them to citizens there. It looks like these are wares that they might ship out to other places within their local region. You see full plate armor. You see a huge broadsword. You see a rapier, and then another one you see like a falcon, like a falchion, kind of. It's gilded, very high quality. Doesn't look like there's a lot of other things that would grab your attention within their wares, but that might also be because this might be new wares that they're ready to be shipped out, and the other stuff has already been gone. So
That tracks. How much? I was trying to find in the book how much any of this stuff is.
can guess you can ask the little smithy.
I can do that. Is there any pieces that would or could even try to fit me?
A full plate definitely could fit you. That's made for a bigger individual. He might have to stretch it a little bit on the sides, but he points this out to you and he goes, "Yeah, I mean, there's one piece here that definitely might fit you. I might have to do a little bit of stretching on the metal work to work around." He points at your stomach area. He's like, "You're a little bit wider there than some of my customers. I'm not saying that you're fat. You're just a lot more muscular than the people I typically work for." It does run though for 2 bagfuls of gold.
And for money wise, one full handful is a gold. Like a whole thing of handfuls is one bag of gold.
Yeah, so 10 handfuls equals 1 bag.
Okay. Yep, be saving up for that later.
That's a good piece. I could put a piece aside if you want, and or maybe you could do me a favor and maybe we can haggle the price a little later if you want.
What's your favorite?
Well, I don't know where you're heading to, stranger. I know you're probably not going to be staying here long. We don't have a lot of accommodations for someone your size. But if you do happen to make your way into the marsh, there is a little bit of ore that I'm looking for. It grows underneath the, well, not grows, but it is found underneath the water of the marsh, specifically at the center. And it's hard to get. I usually have to pay an adventurer or two to get it for me, but it would help me make some more wares of a different quality.
What time of day is it currently?
Probably now almost mid-afternoon, working towards evening.
How long does it take to get there and back?
If you're asking him, he'll say, well, usually you probably want to give yourself a full day. I wouldn't leave now because you would probably get there maybe closer to when the moon's high, so probably towards midnight. Really dangerous in those waters.
If you mark on from where it is here, I could definitely go get it, but it will not be tonight.
There's not a specific marking. It is in the center of the swamp, but there's deeper waters there, and well, not to disparage myself here, but the water is a little deeper than my height. So someone your size, it might not be an issue, but for someone like me, well, it's hard for me to harvest something when I have to also keep afloat.
That tracks. We have a deal.
It's called auracite metal ore. They are a crystallized blue colored metal that it naturally, when you look at it, it looks like it's folded ribbons that lay upon a rocky surface, and the rock underneath it is typically black, and that's how you'll know you've come across the auracite metal. Yeah, if you
Let's not.
find your way there, I'll tell you what, I will sell you this full plate for 9 handfuls of gold instead of 2 bags of gold.
If we will set, I could set on that price. That's fine. I'll need to work some other things to get to it, but that is definitely doable.
Awesome. Well then, get me the ore, and you got yourself a deal.
And then I'll go around or tell him if anybody needs anything around the town, let them know that I will help.
Oh, a gentleman your size, I'm sure some of the older ladies and older gentlemen might pick you up on that offer if you just ask.
Roger. Let anybody know who comes through here.
I will. Do you have accommodations? I don't think you're going to quite fit in the tavern this evening.
We'll figure it out.
Might be able to give you, he points to the area behind the forge. It looks like a large horse kind of barn looking thing, and he's like, it's typically for horses, for the outsiders, but I could set up an area that's at least more comfortable. I could lay out some hay and straw and get it all comfortable and give you some sheets that I can borrow from some neighbors to at least give you some comfort, and it'll be free.
I appreciate that.
Oh, for meals you still might want from the tavern. I don't have enough to feed someone of your stature, I'm afraid.
I'll figure it out.
Wonderful. Well then, I will put this aside, grabs the full plate, and I will at least give you, 3 or 4 days to procure that. And if you can't, then I'll ship this off too.
That's the plan.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And what's your name so I can jot that down?
Vaeryndel.
Excellent. Mr. Vaeryndel. Is that with 2 L's or 1?
2 L's.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I will we'll get that squared away. And thanks for getting that ore for me in advance if you do get it.
I'll do my best.
Now we'll
Then I'll make my way to the middle of town and try to see if any of the olds need anything.
when you go in the middle of town, you notice like not a lot of them, not a lot of the old people are actually doing anything. You see like 2 old men on a bench. You do overhear them commenting on like people walking by, like 2 coggers would. Talk about a lot of rumor stuff that might not be true. Like, oh, did you hear? I heard that that Thistlebrook's back in town. I heard that she got her name Thistle because she's as thistle as a whistle, if you know what I mean. Like those kind of old men.
You see a mushroom cap running around behind Varela's trying to catch up to him for a minute.
I'm gonna pan back to Thistle real quick because we haven't gone back to her in a bit. So Thistle, what are you doing now?
Well, she left the herbalist place and then she got the news that the Crimson Sisters are at the tavern. So that's in her mind. So she's kind of looking. She just left the herbalist shop. She's looking around because she's trying to figure out where. Because I think Thistle doesn't know where Brimia or Geller went. Um, and so she's trying to figure out because she knows those two, especially Geller, is like the target of a lot of the sister stuff. So she's kind of like looking around to see if she can find out where they went, and also just taking in her surroundings to see if she sees any others of the group.
Um, okay, I'll say you've been walking around the town for a bit. And you saw Varellis kind of sitting outside the tavern, because the tavern's kind of settled in the middle. But we'll say during their whole interaction, you were like, well, I know where he is. He's easy to identify. So I'm going to go see if I can find anyone else. You didn't see Arve at the moment when you saw Varellis, but you still, you kind of walked around trying to get your bearings again, figure out where people are. You could not find Geller or Bremia, because the moment you guys split up, they kind of just went right to her auntie's house and they went inside. So they're a little harder to find. But amongst your walking, you do come across the mayor, Tampson. He is, just talking to a few young children, kind of patting them on the head, making sure that, they get to where they need to get to. And he actually notices you before you could even react. And he's like, is that you, Thistle?
And Thistle kind of widens her eyes, and she's just like, Tamsin? Yes, this Thistle Bramblefoot.
Are you back at these parts already? Did you bring that mushroom gal?
Her name is Arve. I do call her Shroomy. Yeah, she's running around here somewhere. I thought Liza was the mayor now. I'm all turned around.
Who?
Liza Thornfoot, you know who.
Oh, yes. Don't tell her I'm back. She's a little behind. I left weeks ago and I've been in town for some time. And she's been telling people I put her in charge.
Not just that, she's been mandating people to marry her kin.
Oh, God, not
Oh
again.
my gosh. Tamsin, you can't let her think these things. You know how far she'll go.
I think she might be a little touched with the Alzheimer's. Oh boy. Yeah, she's a handful, as you know, and sometimes it's best just to let her think what she needs to think. Everyone else around her pretty much knows she means well, and we'll leave it at that.
Thistle's gonna walk up to him a little bit closer and kind of try to gesture or try to pull him aside. And she's just gonna kind of talk to him. Well, she said you were in Celestra. Is that right?
Was heading that way, yes, but mid transit, I had to turn around. Apparently, the sisters that I was supposed to meet with bypassed me somehow, so I ended up coming back, and I had to have a hearty conversation with them.
Conversation. Is that why there's allegedly red sisters in the tavern?
Yes.
What's going on here? What trouble's going on in good old Brindlebrook?
Well, you know how the sisters are. You don't steal from them, and apparently one of our own was brazen enough to steal from them.
Well, that's a wild thing to do for sure, for certain. Uh, oh gosh, brings more trouble out these parts we don't need.
Yeah, do you know old Tabin?
Uh,
Young Tabin.
no, I don't believe I've ever had the pleasure, though. I'm not about. He might be a little bit young for me.
Well, I don't know how much I can tell you, Thistle. I don't want to get you in any trouble. I've been trying to investigate it myself. That's why I've been talking to everybody, even the young ones, to figure out what it was that Tobin acquired. Uh, I did get a letter from him. It was a little vague, and it did talk about some catacombs. Uh, but that can't be right. There's no catacombs here in this part of the continent.
There's everything underground, as you know. There's a lot of things underground. And I'm just speaking from normal experience. Out in the swamp, we got lots of things out there too. But oh, what's the letter say? You got it on you?
I don't have. I burnt it the moment I read it. I did not want to get caught with something like that and then be accused as an accessory to his actions. If you
Well,
understand.
I understand. Ugh, it doesn't make things easier, but it certainly, you gotta look out for yourself. They, know the Red Sisters aren't gonna. They're just gonna make a move and ask questions later, and might be too late by then. I got some friends here, more than just good old larvae, and just want to make sure we get in and out safe. And hearing about the Red Sisters, even from good old Thornfoot, got me a little bit winded.
Oh, and you have friends, huh? Besides Harvey.
Eh, well, maybe friends is a little strong of a word, but we picked them up along the way. I went to, oh, you remember that place? She just kind of snaps her fingers. Hartvale. They had a great pie eating contest, and well, I I won it as you'd expect. She just smiles. They had some of the best pies, much better than those stinking Applebrooks.
Oh, well, we do have apple books here, Thistle. You are aware of that.
Oh, I know. They're always throwing their stupid bitter apple pies around like they're the gracious gift of God, but they're nasty.
Oh, well, those are not meant for people to eat. At least here. I hope you've never eaten their bitter apples. You want the real Applebrook apples from the West. They're spectacular.
Oh gosh, you always got to talk 'em up. Must be the apple ward in you.
Well, bitter apples are for people who aren't, well, us, Thistle.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Speaking of, have you seen I guess another halfling like me, and a dwarf anywhere around? I'm kind of tracking them down.
Dwarf. Interesting. I haven't seen a dwarf. Um, no, I haven't seen anybody. I mean, there's a lot of halflings here, Thistle. I feel like a dwarf would stand out for sure.
Yeah, he's a rather tall one too. He's much taller than you'd imagine a dwarf to be. Um, yeah, but I get it. Mm, he'd be hard to miss if you saw him. So I just appreciate the help. I was trying to track him down before someone else did, but can only go so far with so little information. Place might be small, but we were able to kind of get lost in all the busyness.
Well, what's the name of your friends, and I'll see if I can at least pass the word.
Uh, I'll The halfling, her name's Bremia. I'm not sure on the last name, but I know there's a Bremia. Uh, yeah,
Mia?
she might know this. Huh?
I know a Mia. Used to be a little girl that used to visit here from the Applebrooks.
I don't know if that's it. That might be a little bit. I know a Bremia. I mean, I guess you could hear a Mia in there, but I'm not sure it's the same.
Yeah, she was a small little blonde hair. Very whimsical. She was very adorable when she was little. Yes.
That sounds scarily similar, but I'm pretty sure I'd know if she was an Applebrook.
Well, if she is the same Mia, she would be at her auntie's. She's the only Applebrook left. You can always check her out.
She's not at that big old Applebrook house, is she?
Of course. They're one of the founders of Brindlebrook.
Oh, gosh, you're telling these old wives' tales about how they're the founders of Brindlebrook. Oh, my gosh.
Not one of the founders, Thistle. One of the founders.
Yeah. You know us Bramblefoots. We go way back as well. And we don't take no shiny titles of being founders or nothing.
That's because you live in the marshlands, Thistle. All swamp people.
We live in the wild, thank you very much. And we take pride in all it has to offer. Oh,
Another place that your friends could be is at the tavern. That's just, if they're not from here, they would be in the tavern. But if it's Mia, oh man, if it's Mia, you have to let me know if it's Mia. I haven't seen her since she was a little one. I don't even know if she remembers me. I remember her father and mother very well, though.
Well, let's just say it's not her, because I wouldn't want to get associated with no Applebrooks. That would be a step too far for the Bramblefoot name if I go that far.
Wow. All right. Well, that's the only direction I can give you then. I have a lot more work I need to do to figure out if I can save one of our own from whatever mess they caused.
She nods and she just kind of looks over him and just says, if the sisterhood's involved, it's there's not much you can do. And
not all bad. They're not all bad. They get a bad rap, but they're not all bad.
I've known a sister before, and no, they're not all bad, but they're very set in their ways. And if I know anything about a red sister, they're probably the most set in their ways. I can't imagine anything good coming from, trying to get in a tryst with them.
Well, that's why we do what we need to, and try to keep Brindlebrook safe. That is my job as the mayor. And I will also try to protect our own as best as I can. But you're right, the sisterhood's involved, and that makes the matter much harder for me.
Thank you for your time, Mayor. And if I don't see you around, I wish you the best until next time.
Yeah, and you always have a room, Thistle, at the tavern. I'm sure we can arrange something for you.
Yeah, I know. You know me, though. I can make a little camp outside and be just as happy as I can in the inn room, but I appreciate it.
He looks at you, he looks up and down. I think you need a night indoors. No offense, but I've seen you look a little bit better.
Oh, what you talking about? Stop looking me up and down. I ain't your dinner. And then she just smirks and walks away.
Okay. Where are you walking to?
She's walking. She's just walking. She's trying to figure out. She's kind of internally trying to figure out where to go. She knows the direction of the tavern, but she also knows the direction of the Applebrooks. So I think what she's gonna do. Let me flip on it. I get If I get above a 10, she's going to go to the tavern. But if I get below a 10, she's going to go to the Applebrook house.
What if you get a 10?
Then we'll see what happens.
Oh,
Okay. She's going toward the Applebrook.
it's a perfect segue. But you do get to the Applebrook's house.
Oh my god. She gets this house, which I imagine is the most sizable of the whole town.
Next to the mayor's house, yep, it's one of the bigger ones for sure.
And she just stands at the door for a second, just looking at it, because she imagines it's got all this apple engraved stuff in it. All fancy.
Very fancy door.
And she just takes a second looking at it. She kind of squinting at it. And then she knocks at the door.
Okay, and Bremia and Geller, you hear Bremia's aunt yell, "Dear, can you get the door? I am almost done making your rooms."
Remia yells up the stairs, or towards wherever she is. I don't know if there's stairs. Okay. She goes to the door and she pulls the door open.
Here you go, Thistle.
Soon as sorry, catch my breath. As soon as Thistle sees Bremia, her eyes narrow. It's gonna be a look that I guess Bremia's never really gotten. It's kind of something she's probably seen Thistle like look at Geller that way, but now she's looking at Bremia like that, and she's just like, I should have known. Should have known there was an Applebrook in you.
Remia looks sheepish at first, but when Thistle speaks, she's like, Thistle, come on, we've been through plenty. And she grabs her hand and pulls her in. We gotta talk.
Thistle gets pulled in, but she's just like not giving in. She's like, you and your Applebrook can just think you're so darn
Okay,
special.
okay, there's plenty of time for that later. There's food in the kitchen. Let's go.
There's portraits and everything of a bunch of Applebrooks and stuff all around, just so you know.
Thistle hears food and she begrudgingly moves, but she's also looking at all the pictures and she's like, that looks like a dirty Applebrook. She looks like all of them. That Applebrook, they think they're better than everybody. And she's just looking at every picture like that.
So Remia still has hold of Thistle's wrist and starts dragging her towards the kitchen.
I just raise an eyebrow watching.
Strength check. No.
She looks at Geller, and for a second, her gaze actually is not as pointed at him, because he's not the focus of her ire at that moment. But then she just goes kind of back to it, and she's like, "Oh, well, this is just not what I was hoping to find, to be honest with you. I was hoping it was all some
Remia turns
crazy
around
lie."
and grabs Thistle by the shoulder, shakes her just a little bit, not hard. It's like, Thistle, we gotta talk. You gotta focus. We'll talk about this later. Just sit. I'll bring you food. Geller's gonna explain what's going on.
Okay. Well, she's gonna clear her throat first and take a seat, and then she's gonna look at Geller and she's gonna say, "Well, I'm gonna tell you, sir, what's going on first, because I've been all over town. Oh my gosh, talking to the mayor, talking to, oh, good old Liza Thornfoot, that crazy coon.
Nobody
She's
followed
going,
you, did they?
what?
Nobody followed you, did they?
Oh my gosh, nobody followed me. Nobody can get up that big hill to this big old house. Oh
You
my
did.
god.
Remia
Well,
sets a bowl of stew in front of Thistle with some bread on the side.
and she just as she continues talking, but now she's eating bread. It's like she just can't help herself. So she's eating bread and kind of grumbling as she does. She's like, well, this is what I gotta tell you. Miss Liza Thornfoot and the mayor, the Red Sisters are here in town. They're in the tavern, and I know that's where our big old friend is eating right now, and pretty sure Arve's around that way too. I was gonna head back and see him, but was looking for you so I could warn you so you didn't get captured up in all of that. But they're they've
We
already
know.
got what?
We know.
How do you dang know?
Auntie Applebrook.
Oh yeah, another one of the Brooks always getting their nose in the business they don't belong. But okay.
On the contrary, actually. She lives a humble life up here. On her own. It's quite brave, actually.
Humble, humble. Do you see what house you're in, sir?
I've seen much more extravagant houses.
Well, aren't you just a fanciful guy? I should not be surprised. Did not be surprised. But, well, she kind of chokes back on the bread a little bit. It's a little
Should swallow
stale, I
first.
must say. Well, it's a little stale. I'm not gonna lie. And then she takes some of the stew and starts eating it. But I was saying, yeah, it's you probably should stay locked away for a bit. It doesn't seem very safe for you in town, and well, I did tell the mayor there's a dwarf about, so that might not be good now that I think about it. But I didn't give him your name. Don't worry, I didn't give him your name. Oh, but he
Good.
knew Miss Mia Applebrook's name. Oh gosh.
You should know, before my aunt comes down, that she knows about, she kind of nods towards Geller, about his magic, and she does not approve. So just be aware.
Well, she's in the right mind. She's actually got some right mind about her. You shouldn't improve, and you shouldn't be saying those things. Why y'all sharing this stuff?
She, Primia just looks at Geller.
I turn away and whistle.
Well,
Oh,
it seems to have slipped out in the conversation, but we're staying here for the night and we're leaving first thing in the morning.
oh, I don't. Well, hopefully those sisters are leaving tonight. I don't. That's the best thing that could hope for you. They're so close. We're so close to Celestia too. We're gonna encounter a lot more of these sisters. We won't be able to take the roads. We'll have to go. We'll have to go through the swamp. And she just kind of nods. She's like, "At least I know some paths there. They won't expect."
In the
Yeah.
meantime, we should rest.
Yeah. And she's eating her stew now. She's like, "You all and well, at least I know where you're at now, and the others will know, and we can meet here, or we can meet outside Brindlebrook tomorrow. We probably shouldn't be meeting anywhere in the village. It's too risky. Meet at the tree line or something like that, and that would be a good plan. You all be here, and I'll head back to the tavern with Arve and Varellis, and we'll be separate. But I think that might actually be better."
That's, yeah, I like that idea. Yeah. Primia looks over at the pie that's sitting kind of off to the side, cooling. She's like, "This'll don't eat that pie. It's bitter as anything. It's not meant for us."
Oh, don't you worry. I know all about your Applebrook pies. Don't need to try any of those. Yeah, they're silly pies.
Why
I still
purposely make a pie that does not taste good?
because they're Applebrooks. You'll get what
Mhm.
they're about soon enough. Don't you
Because there are some humans that seem to eat them readily, and none of us like them. You know, people got to make a living, and there are people here growing these bitter apples that need a home for those apples, and it seems to be in the bellies of the humans that come through here. So, if you want a good apple pie, then you just need to come up to my family's place, and you'll taste the best apple pie you ever had.
Thistle looks at Geller, like her eyes wide, and she's like, she's really talkative right now. This is the most talkative I've seen her since I met her.
She usually gets that way when she's nervous.
Well, yeah,
Well,
you too. Peas in
who's
a
not
pod.
nervous here? Who's not nervous? There's. And she just kind of grumbles and turns around and starts washing dishes.
Goodness.
I
Oh, well.
understand, Brimia.
You know
But
what? This all makes sense now. She just kind of muses to herself. I always wondered how a sweet little Brimia could be around such a mess of Geller. And now it makes sense. Now I know Brimia is Miss Little Mia Applebrook. Oh my gosh, it all just makes so much sense now. Oh, I can't believe I missed it. Can't believe I missed it. I thought you were Rose, but now I know you're just poison ivy.
thought I shouldn't ask. But what is it you have against the Applebrooks?
You know what? I can't even get into it. Them Applebrooks, and apologize for saying, they like to be all about themselves. They're the founders of Brindlebrook. They make the best apple pies. Oh, they do all the greatest things for the people. Well, guess what? There's plenty of simple halfling people. They don't get all the notoriety. They don't get all the fanciness. They don't live in the biggest and best house in town. And they suffer. And they don't get all this stuff. But you get a big name Applebrook and they take it over. And it's just like the silly mayor. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he's drinking the Kool-Aid or eating the apple pies now. Talking about his little Applebrooks and how they're so great. I'm just, you know what? I'm wasting my time. And she kind of gets up from her seat and she's like, I've had a long day. And she looks at Geller, and you destroyed my beanstalk. I need to rest. And we'll meet at the tree line tomorrow. And oh, I just got to sleep on this and remember to myself that, oh my goodness, I can't even remember. I'm out. I'm
Wait,
becoming just like Liza. And she starts to walk.
Thistle, wait. You're going to the tavern. Do you know about the halfling the sisters are taking?
Uh, I know a little, not a lot. He was apparently trying to take something from the sisters, and she just kind of pauses for a second, letting her thoughts collect, and she's like, I think he got into her stuff in the cave. I think he had gotten something that she had in there before we got there. And the sisters found out and they tracked him down.
Well, that halfling, I don't think he deserves what they're going to do to him. His name's Tobin, and I don't know what to do, but I don't think this is right.
Brimia, we shouldn't get involved.
I know we shouldn't get involved, and I don't think we can get involved, but we should find out more. We should find out why. Because we were in those catacombs and we found their sister, and that's probably what they're looking for. And I don't know if we can tell them that, but they need that information.
Thistle kind of stands there for a minute. And she just sighs and she says, if we need to get a message to the sisters, we're not going to be able to get it to the Red Sisters or any of them. They're not going to listen. You got to get someone who's willing to listen. And I'm not sure any sister around here is going to do that. I've only known about one sister that listened to me just a little, and I don't know if she was just humoring me or not, but she wasn't a red sister. She was one of them silver sisters we saw down there in the cave. And I don't see any more of them around.
I don't think talking to any of the sisters is a good idea at all.
Well, especially not you. You're gonna get us all killed. But we need to get a message to him. We gotta go through somebody else, and I'm sorry, Bremy. I don't know what we can do for this Tobin fella. Think we came at a time where if we were gonna help him out, we should have done it before they got here.
Well, if just listen or ask around, or I don't know, be careful, but try to find out more, because I feel like whatever he did is kind of tied up in what we did.
We can't save everyone.
I'm not trying. It's just information. I mean, who knows what information will help us down the line? Knowing more is better than not knowing. And even if we can't do anything in this moment, who knows what tomorrow is going to bring?
Thistle
Just
Thistle
crosses his
nods.
arms and grumbles.
Thistle nods, and she says, "I agree. I don't want to see anyone who doesn't deserve to be in trouble, and I guess what I'm left with is not a whole lot of good, but I'll do my best. I'll see what I can do, and I'll head back to the tavern and see if I can hear any whisperings or information about what's going on with the sisters and where they're going."
Be careful, Thistle.
You
Do
know
you want to
me,
make a telepathic connection to me?
No, I do not want you in my head.
Neither do I want you in mine. Guess we're on agreement.
Yes, so let's keep it that way. Just don't do nothing stupid or tell your whole family about magic and that he's a criminal, but I'll see myself out.
Hey, one more thing.
Dagnabbit, let me go.
I know, but
This is a
it's
southern
important.
goodbye.
If you hear something and we need to leave immediately, can you send your hawk, the one you made earlier?
No, you're making this difficult, but yes, I'll get a message to you if something happens.
Thanks, Thistle. I'm sorry for not telling you who I was. I knew you wouldn't like it.
Yeah, you knew. You've known for a while who I was. But I'll see you. See you in the morrow. And then she just heads out.
Wrapping this up, I will say, is there anything else, Geller and Bremy, you need to say before I do that?
Geller just kind of started eating his stew again. And as he's about to, he's like, looking down at it. Didn't expect jealousy from her.
Hermia just kind of frowns a little. What do you mean? Thistle's not jealous.
Her main concern seemed to be that your family was rather famous.
I think she thinks that we have more and take advantage of people who have less, which I don't believe, but I can see why she thinks it.
Well, topic for another day. Let us rest.
Indeed. And so Brimia's all worked up, so she started cleaning her aunt's house. Just, it's clean, but she's just finding anything she can to do to clean it more.
Oh, okay, well that saves me, because as Thistle was leaving, she would have saw a note that was posted on the inside of the door that literally just read, "Bremy, I'm heading out, have to pick up more groceries. Love, your auntie." And you would have saw that too.
Okay.
She's for sure ratting us out.
We're gonna end tonight.
I feel like she'd get in trouble if she ratted us out.
Awesome job, guys. Hope you enjoyed the adventure to Brindlebrook and a little bit of combat to start us back off into Daggerheart.
Yeah,
It was
lots of
fun.
fun.
Stream here.